Hey, Joe, come on. We're going to be late for the Crypto Blend live stream. Call Barack and Michelle, see if they're going to tune in and watch. We can see him chart Doggy Luna coin.
This is the best president of the United States, Donald Trump, and when I'm not putting high tariffs into place, I'm watching Crypto Glenn. Call me Dicky Dark.
We are late. The Crypto Glenn live stream has started without us. You fail me yet again, Stall Scream.
Jeez, I'm excited about this.
You're watching the Crypto Glenn nightly stream. Real Alpha, Glenn, can you chart Doggy Moo coin for me?
I'm too old for this shit. You know what time it is when you hear this, right?
Get ready to rumble! You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing son of a gun! Woo!
Crypto building in the family. What up? East Coast Tommy in the building. How y'all feeling? Huh? All right, folks, listen. Listen. I want to say welcome, Pluto. Appreciate you for being here. Welcome to everyone who is tuning in wherever you are tuning in from. And if you are watching this live on replay, I want to say welcome. Tonight we have a very, very special show. I thought about, last time we were on, I made a promise to you. Not a promise, but I said I was going to do something. And I said make it a thread on Twitter, right? But it'll probably get some traction. I would much rather go through this information with you. Glenn, why are you on here? Ain't nothing going on in crypto tonight. That's coming from Running with Scissors. Excuse me, HRH. Appreciate you sending me that heart, me, man. Thank you. Show how East Coast Tommy with the Galaxy. Damn. Spooky 7.2%. Spooky 7.2%. I appreciate that. He says heavy info on Wadi's Live. If you thought the information I brought on Wadi's Live was useful, beneficial, helpful in any shape or fashion, you are going to love what I have in store for you here tonight. That's not me glazing it. That's not me overselling it. HRH with the money gun. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. XL with the money gun, rather. Excuse me. HRH with the Go Popular. John Craps with the heart me. Thank you so much, sir. Good to see you out here. Good to see so many OGs in the space tonight. Do me a favor. I mean this. Do me a favor. If you have somebody that you care about who is in crypto, who is looking around and saying, the cycle we had this year was a little lackluster. I didn't really kind of get the performance I was looking for, and I just want to make sure maybe I'm positioned better. Maybe there's some projects out there that I might be overlooking. Maybe there's some projects that I'm underexposed to. Send them this live, okay? My guy, Fear Crypto, is in the building with the roses. Appreciate that. Y'all send Fear some love. Show that man some love. Go ahead and throw him a follow. My guy, DMAC007 one time with the heart music. I appreciate you as well. Thank you. Follow these gifters, man. Follow these people. They create some really engaging and thoughtful content, and we need more of that in this space. So what we are going to go over here tonight is something that I told you I was going to do last go round, but I thought, you know what? We're just going to go over it. I'm not going to post this on Twitter. Tonight we are covering the relationship between Solana and R3 Corda and what that could potentially mean for the crypto space. Now, just for a little bit of housekeeping, right? We got to make sure, DMAC, appreciate you sending that Go Popular. We got to make sure that we frame this properly. A lot of this is going to be predicated upon, potentially, on what kind of version of the Clarity Act we get. Now, what I'm going to present for you here tonight, and if you've been with me for a long time, you've seen me cover some of this before. But I think what we're going to cover here tonight may be a little bit absolved from the kind of version of the Clarity Act that we get, okay? So there's been a lot of talk between Soul Gang in the building. There's been a lot of talk about projects. What projects do I need to be into? What projects do I need to consider? Now, by no means is this, appreciate you for tapping those likes up. Let's get this thing up to 10K easy. Fear's like, yo, we want a 140, 180K likes tonight. Let's do it. I'm with it. This is by no means a endorsement of saying, hey, buy Solana, right? This is much rather me saying, in case you happen to be in the camp that may be underexposed to Solana, right? There may be some things that, you just got to pay attention to. And I want to make sure that at least at the end of the day, we are covering as many bases as we can when it comes specifically to some of these assets, right? So we're going to do that. So if you have questions, feel free to drop them. I'm going to be going back and forth through the material. I'm going to be taking some time here to, you were saying the price on crypto. I got you. I thought you were talking about the like count. Let's do 180,000 likes tonight, yeah? I thought you were talking about the like count. You were talking about the price of Bitcoin. I got you. So at the end of this, I'm hoping people walk away with a better understanding of what Solana is, who's looking at it, and the reasons why they're looking at it, and potentially what that could mean for Solana, right? And try to move it out of the shadows of it just being this blockchain that deals solely in meme coin activities. Is that an XRP logo on the bottom of the screen? Where? That might be the Twitter logo. That's definitely not. That's definitely not an XRP logo. Don't be ridiculous, right? It's definitely a Twitter logo. What information can you share about ICP? My initial thoughts on ICP are probably not going to be one that leave you with a jolly feeling, right? Tonight we're talking about Solana and the relationship that they have with R3. And I mean, if y'all do want to know about ICP, we can always come back and do, another live on that, right? But again, all the information here is presented in a very objective manner. It comes from reliable sources, tier 1 sources. Anything that I share with you here, you're going to easily be able to verify on your own. There's no bobsbasementblog.com. We know there's a ton of members from the XRP community that love utilizing that resource as a source. We're not doing that here. This is going to help shape your investment thesis around Solana, and it's important that you get it directly from the source, right? So without any further ado, let's go ahead and let's get into this. All right, again, we are looking at R3 Corda. In order for us to take a look at R3 Corda, we have to understand who is R3 Corda and what exactly do they do, right? R3 Corda, the focus is in progressing markets. We've got new adaptations of technology coming on. Some brand new forms of technology that are kind of coming online, and everyone's trying to create their best guess of how these things are going to be pinpointed and utilized into, this ecosystem that we all interact with on a daily basis, right? But in order to get a better understanding of what R3 Corda is, I just kind of want to go here to BBC Chain, and it's just going to give you a very quick breakdown. So R3 Corda is a distributed ledger technology platform, DLT, specifically designed for financial services. It's open source, project launched in 2016 by a consortium of over 200 banks. This is important. We are going to come back to this later on in the show. 200 banks, financial institutions, and technology companies. R3 Corda was built on privacy, security, and interoperability principles. It allows for a secure and efficient exchange of data value between parties. The platform is also modular, so it can easily be customized to meet specific needs for each user. That is also going to be important because as this adaptation of technology evolves, you're going to need to be able to basically plug and play and enter this to different ecosystems without it having any real friction. Major financial institutions have used R3 Corda to streamline their operations and reduce costs. Some of the world's largest banks, such as HSBC, ING, and JP Morgan, have all built applications, on top of R3, right? So now that we know XRP, love it. Said nothing about XRP. Nothing. Here y'all go again with the XRP. Y'all crazy. Always busting my chops, man. Always busting my chops. Solana's ecosystem is so top tier. And when we get into this, I think the light bulb is going to go off for a lot of people. Okay. But now that we know what R3 Corda is, now that we know a little bit background of the company, I just want to jump over here to the homepage here for a second. And if you want to know the website, this is r3.com. And here they kind of give you the mission statement, right? They're saying that the focus is progressing markets. Effectively deploying enterprise solutions require a deep knowledge of banking, policy formulation, and practical implementation and existing workflows. So this is like back in the day, if they had FUBU for us, by us, this is essentially the banks getting together and building one massive tool that can handle everything from transactions to RWAs to, you know, the tokenization of other assets in a very streamlined process. And down here, you can kind of see exactly who they're working with. Euroclear, Central Securities Depository of Prague, Radion, Solana, Grow. Now, you're going to notice something, right? As you take a look here at this banner, you will note, right, HSBC, there's a lot of UK finance, so probably some bigger financial institutions that you may have seen before in passing at one period or another. Bank of America, the Central Bank of the UAE. You're gonna start to see here that some of the players, MUFG, right, this is one of the biggest financial corps in the world. You're going to start to see Vodafone, right, Bank of International Settlements. You're going to start to see that a lot of the SBI holdings, a lot of the companies that are on here, Saudi Central Bank, are some of the same entities that other people have tried to tie or formulate a relation or a liken to with companies like Ripple. It should be known that at one point in time, R3 Quarter was working with Ripple, but they had a little bit of a falling out with how the handling of some XRP. I believe R3 Quarter was owed some XRP. Ripple said, hey, we don't owe you the XRP, or we don't owe you the amount of XRP that you say we do. They went to a lawsuit. The relationship really got soured. The long story short is R3 Quarter is no longer working with Ripple. People who will tell you that R3 is still working with Ripple or working with XDC are operating on dated intel. And in investing, trying to make money, trying to take calculated risks, there is no room for dated information, which is one of the reasons, or dated intel, which is wrong intel, which is one of the reasons why we are getting this directly from the source, right? With your say, you said XRP pools, I was like, it has begun. Yeah, no, definitely talking about Sol on this one. All right. So if you're an enterprise grade block company, you can kind of come here, request a demo. They'll hook you with a product specialist, and they'll kind of give you a little bit of a demo as to everything that they have kind of going on here. The goal is to bring the next $1 trillion of real world assets on chain. On chain. So again, you know they're working exclusively with Solana, no XRP, no Ripple, no XDC, no matter what, you know, your favorite content creator tries to tell you. But they also have Wall Street inside their what do I always call this? Inside their stable as well. Institutional grade RWAs, yield vaults, fully composable and integrated into Solana DeFi. I need you to remember that because we're going to get ready to come back to that in just a handful of minutes. But already you're starting to say, like, damn, Solana, they're kind of working with some power players here. And they are. There's a very specific reason why all these players decided to get together and why Solana was the best fit. And we're definitely going to get on that here in a second. Donovan, appreciate you sending a heartbeat, man. Thank you so much. Little Z with the TikTok as well as the roses. Appreciate y'all. Let's run those likes up. We're at 4.1. We definitely want to try to get this one to 10K as fast as we possibly can, because after that, it's another goal. So just do me a favor, keep tapping this screen, okay? Institutional grade RWA, yield vaults, fully composable and integrated into Solana DeFi. Discover how R3 customers are shaping the future of the economy. Now, if you find yourself on this website, obviously you can click any one of these headers. It's going to take you to the respective website of each one of these partners, and it'll kind of explain exactly how they're utilizing it and what the plan is behind this. Now, R3 Quarter is powering major industry first. Over 90% of Italian banks are exchanging on interbank transfer data on R3 Quarter. Pretty cool. Finality, first cross-chain swap between Finality and HQLAX. First digital bond settling using wholesale CBDCs. And we get it, we're in crypto. We're not really a huge fan of CBDCs, but some of these players, they are exactly either experimenting or trying to use CBDCs in their own respective markets. But the fact that R3 Quarter is plugged into it, it is what it is. On Euroclear, utilizing this technology, the first ever digital bond was issued. Pretty neat. HSBC, the first tokenized physical gold, was brought to market via R3 Quarter by way of HSBC. Okay. So you can kind of scroll down here and get a better understanding of how each one is utilizing this technology. In 2024, the UK RLN launched as a platform for innovation, you know, in regulated money. Regulated. Keywords here. Please remember them. Jot them down if you need to, because they're going to play a very, very important piece to this entire puzzle here in a handful of minutes. R3 Quarter and Solana, the world's first public and private covered network. Pretty cool, right? So if you get some time here, go to R3 Quarter and just kind of comb over this and get a better understanding of each one of these companies, how they plan on using R3 Quarter, how they used it before in the past, and exactly what is the end goal here, right? But I wanted to present this to you so that as we're moving through this, it's not really a surprise to you. Kind of have some kind of backstory as to why we're all here, right? So I want to try to cover this in a very condensed fashion. And let me do this. I'm going to jump down here to their press and resources sector, all right? And if you find yourself on the website, this is r3.com/press-and-resources/. So every month the company gets together, what seems like every month the company kind of gets together and they kind of put together a short read of information that investors and that anyone interested in the space, as well as maybe customers, would need to know about. Just kind of give you a little bit of an update as to what is currently going on with R3 Quarter and how they're progressing. Will R3 still use XDC? As I'm finding it right now, no. There is no mention of XDC anywhere on this website. There's actually no mention of any other cryptocurrency except for Solana on R3 Quarter's website. Now, that's extremely important because in the crypto space, again, there's a lot of misinformation that gets spread around. There's a lot of bad intel that gets spread around in this space. Again, there's no room for that, right? We're talking about trying to make copious amounts of money. And the only way to do that is you have got to have the most up-to-date objective information. All right. So that's above all else. That's the one thing that I want to stress, making sure that you have all of the necessary pertinent information moving forward to make sound investment decisions. Okay. So the website again, r3quarter.com/press-and-resources/ is going to give you a breakdown from February 2026. You know, you can click load more here and more will pop up, but this thing goes all the way back to like 2025, 2024. Okay. Where we are going to start, all right, is actually going to be in March of 2025, the coming convergence, bridging public and private networks. Okay. So this dates back to March 6, 2025, so about a year ago, right? The convergence, bridging public and private blocking or private networks. The OGs of the private and public programmable blockchains, Ethereum and Quartz, celebrate 10th anniversary this year. And something exciting is happening. Two worlds, they unleashed, are beginning to converge. 10 years into this journey in 2025, the year where TradFi and DeFi finally figure out how to work together. This is important. Why is this important? Because TradFi holds all the money. This is your stock exchange. This is your bond market. This is your banks, right? This is traditional finance. What we're trying to do is figure out where do we need to be in terms of being in plugged into DeFi, where we can actually get the most amount of exposure to the most amount of upside opportunity. So in this piece, I examined why private blockchains were created in the first place and how their deployment means now there are billions of dollars of real-world assets primed for tokenization on the public networks, and how the final step to make this happen might be surprisingly simple: upgrade to the dozens of private blockchains already in operation. All right, so it just kind of gives a brief synopsis here. Matter of fact, we probably should cover this. Think back to 2025. Ethereum had just launched and R3 was formed, supported by 40-plus banks to figure out how blockchains might be adopted by traditional financial systems. So while many of us came to the crypto space in 2017 and we thought everything that we were seeing was like so cutting edge and it was the first time we had seen it and we were so early, the banks and the institutions on the back end had really been trying to figure out how to make this whole entire thing work from go. Right, so I know a lot of us think that with the adventation of this cycle, this is the first time that institutions had been introduced to crypto, and it's their first foray into crypto. Anytime you're talking about the amount of funds, the amount of value that we're talking about here in DeFi, these people have been paying attention to because it's their business, it's their lifeblood. They can't afford to be the last man or last woman to the party. All right. Boss, appreciate you sharing that live, man. Thank you so much. DeFi is most definitely going to be the wave. Even something that was very obvious, the new blockchains worked very differently from traditional finance systems and so demanded close investigation. There were open transactions settled in near real-time. Emerging platforms like Ethereum herald the possibility of a global shared computer for the modeling process of any financial transaction, irrespective of country, asset, class, type of investor. In short, what it came down to was decentralized finance looked very different than traditional finance. TradFi and its attractions were evident, simpler, standards based on composable, global, right? We all have agreed shared norms that, set of rules we're going to play by. We all have legislation we've got to abide by. We all have jargon that we use, right? It was a very, centralized club. And DeFi, this crypto thing, was very much the antithesis of that. And DeFi wasn't enough for financial markets. In many ways, DeFi perhaps how the financial system would have been designed in a more modern finance emerged in the era of the internet rather than in a telegraph era. At last, we must confront the world as we find it, not as we may want it to be. This is funny because that little saying right there reminds me of something that Mooney says. I don't know if he's in here. Related but unrelated. Oftentimes, people in the crypto space, we want to trade the market we want versus a market that we have. So that little sentence there, it just kind of takes me back to that, right? Alas, we must confront the world as we find it and not as we might want it to be. So banks were faced with a dilemma. They could directly use permissionless block or networks back then, but nor could they risk ignoring the new technology. Many approached it as long-term research question. They experimented with public networks to gain experience, but otherwise operated in their business as usual, waiting for some of the problems with the public blockchains of the time, such as the lack of privacy of transactions, finality to be fixed with, or for regulators to give them the green light to move, which kind of brings us to present day. Clarity Act. What can we do? What can't we do? Where's the line of out of bounds, right? These are all things that we're trying to get figured out right now in real time. So if you're here, pretty good timing on your behalf. R3 took a different path. We worked directly with the financial community to build a platform that was more pragmatically reflected the reality in which they found themselves, so they could get started with real projects immediately. This platform, Corda, enabled its users to make material progression on their DeFi journey without having to change every part of the business model on day one or wait for regulations to change, right? Kind of Gillian's perspective to that old saying, run fast, break stuff, we'll figure it out later. The largest collection of RWA networks globally. Their strategy has been quite a success. Corda now has the most live networks of any platform, public or private, collectively processing millions of transactions, managing over $10 billion of on-chain assets daily. These platforms provide access to tokenized assets in both real, retail, institutional investors, widening market access, driving efficiencies across the ecosystem. As one simple, largest collection of RWA networks in the world, Corda would be number one on app.rwa.xyz. And if you've been paying attention to what's going on in the real world asset space, you've probably visited that website a time or two. Below, as if it were not, Corda's strict privacy features, making it invisible to blockchain explorers. Private network, right? R3 Corda's private networks dominate the RWA space. This is R3 Corda, and these down here are the blockchains that we're used to, right? You got your Ethereums, you got your Aptos, you got your, what is OP? Damn, the name escapes me at the moment. But Base, Arbitrum, Solana, you've got Avalanche, Polygon, said Aptos, Stellar, ZK. I forget what this one is. I'm not too familiar with that logo, actually. Matt, appreciate you sending a heart me, man. Thank you so much for that. Zinz, appreciate you sending a heart me as well. Appreciate you. Fear, appreciate you sending name the show. Thank you so much for that. Aptos is trash. Yeah, Aptos isn't the greatest. No, that's not Morpho or Morpheus. I don't think so. Optimism, that's what it is. OP, Optimism. I knew if I just took my eyes off for a second, it would come to me. But dozens of private networks is only the starting point and can take us so far. It can only take us so far. We and our customers are proud of our achievement, but also humble about it. How far there is still to go. These networks still have to be fully connected to each other and the broader public ecosystem. The recent change in U.S. administration, probably from Biden to Trump, and its establishment of numerous working groups within the U.S. government and regulatory bodies means that the regulatory blockers to connecting these private networks to the huge public ecosystems are now dissolving, which means it will soon be only technology that stands in the way. Okay, so what's really being said here? If we take a look at how the landscape of politics is forever changing, even now with us getting ready to come into midterms, with each new administration that comes into office, everyone has their own agenda they want to push. And if everyone's not on the same page, the platforms and the systems that we were once using before may soon find themselves kind of fizzled out. Then where does that leave us, right? Importantly, the shift is coming at a time where the crypto ecosystem itself has matured. The community has developed a range of solutions that enhance the security, scalability, and efficiency of other networks, including roll-ups and zero-knowledge proofs. Long past the days of Terra Luna, RIP, there is now a proliferation of well-regulated, high-quality stablecoins, and we're seeing the emergence of regulated, yield-bearing stablecoins. Probably put an asterisk next to that, depending on what versions of the Clarity Act we get. The SEC's most recent approval of this DeFi native innovation signals that only a thawing in regulatory's icy attitudes towards crypto, but also regulated markets are growing demand for DeFi. And the DeFi market is ever growing, right? There's always these different entities that are trying to figure out how do we get access to more liquidity. More on that here in just a second. It seems increasingly like the next big driver of growth. One, public networks will need to be RWA digital tokenized representations of securities, properties, and other valuable assets that exist in the real world of TradFi. Standard Chartered forecasts the RWA market will grow to $30 trillion by 2034. We are, 8 years away from that? Someone fact check me on my math. For example, perhaps it's no surprise that banks are clamoring to enter the space, as well as the exchanges that can kind of see the forest through the trees are trying to get in line and maybe trying to garner some bank charters now, right? So everyone is kind of playing this giant game of, positioning, bridging DeFi and TradFi to create new market opportunities. However, despite the hype, the amount of RWAs actually issued to public networks today is still quite small. As the RWA.xyz chart shows, this partly is because it is still early, but it's also for the reason described at the start of this piece. TradFi and DeFi are fundamentally different. So directly issuing traditional real-world assets onto a specific blockchain, a public blockchain, will always be complex and slow. Corda's quiet success shows that the better way to keep this complexity, TradFi, well away from DeFi. This is a lesson that the hard work, innovators, and the Corda ecosystem, such as Corda, SDX, HQLAX, try saying that 3 times fast, and Euroclear's DFMI have quietly been doing so over the past years. They've solved the problem of integration existing systems, building a brand new customer base, and achieving regulatory compliance. Now, this is extremely funny because in this day and age, we're all focused on compliance. What does Washington thinks? And in the frame, if you're looking at this, everything that we took a look at before, Solana being the only crypto that's actually listed on R3 Corda, and now we're reading this, and what are they saying here? They're saying that a handful of participants within their ecosystem have all solved the problem of integration with existing systems, building brand customer bases, and achieving regulatory compliance. Are we maybe getting the hint that Solana is potentially the only blockchain that satisfies regulatory compliance? Again, more on that in a minute. Mooney, appreciate you sitting there, Heart Me, man. Thank you so much. Your ears must have been burning. I was just talking about you. They knew the time would come when they could connect their pipeline of investable assets to public networks. But they didn't want to wait for this to happen. Instead, they started building years ago, solving the complex TradFi problems first, deploying the complex tokenization logic and TradFi automation onto Corda, which has purpose built for that problem. But these networks are nevertheless and still standalone. They're not yet connected to the public network where the true demand is. You can kind of see where this thing is going, okay? 2 worlds converging, connecting TradFi to DeFi, unlocking real-world opportunity. Let's see here. I think we can kind of gloss over this one. I think the overall stage has been set. Just kind of gives a little bit of backstory between some of the players that be inside of R3 Corda stable and how finality are some of the critical milestones. Next logical step inquires bolder, even more imaginative. It's time to directly connect the private and private blockchains. After all the major public layer ones now is offer transition finality, high quality, Byzantine fault tolerance. I want to see if there's something in here that I wanted to show you. It's been a few months since the last time I looked at this, so I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Nope, this was just kind of saying that it's time for them to get to plugging everything up, which might mean that time on your side, your timetable, is potentially getting shorter, right? Which is probably a good reason why we're covering this now. The public and private ecosystem develop in parallel for good reasons. But 10 years ago, or 10 years into our collective adventure, it's time to bring them together. This is a convergence. It's happening faster than you might expect, whether you're a TradFi leader or looking to take advantage of the new opportunities, new possibilities in DeFi. I think that's pretty much everyone here, more or less. now offers a DeFi investor seeking higher quality assets. One thing is clear: the future isn't just promising; it's already taking shape. Okay. So that was, and again, I'll come back up here so you can kind of get the title of that if you want to read into that. Maybe you have some time this week. In the coming of convergence, bridging public and private networks. Okay. So from there, we're going to actually move on over to, let me go up. May 2025. The institutions are here, bridging, TradFi, and DeFi by R3, powered by Solana. All right, so here we go again. May 2025. So this one isn't even really a year old or so. Mish, what's going on, player? Good to see you here. Real Crypto Show. Thank you, Glenn. Strohs, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you for being here. That's okay. XRP team up with some soul. What do you mean, TP? 10K, let's go. Almost there. We should, like, guys, come on, seriously. We should really be at like 25K, 50K, 100K, because where this thing is going tonight, it's not going to surprise me if some of you are like, yo, I need to increase my exposure to Solana here. That while that is not the goal, the intent of this show, I'm not sponsored by R3 Quarter. I am not sponsored by Solana. I just feel it is my job as a content creator in this space to make sure the people who I, create content with and for on a regular basis have access to some really astute information, right? So that's kind of the main reason why we talked about this the last time we went live. Again, I could have put this on a Twitter thread, but again, am I good? All right, I think we're back. Hey, I was at the Heat game when Adebayo scored 83 points. Man, 83. Still ain't Kobe. We had 10. Oh, we're at 12K. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Keep running it up. All right. The institutions are here bridging or bringing TradFi to DeFi, built by R3 Quarter, powered by Solana. Again, Solana mentioned by name in R3 Quarter. When you are going through trying to conduct your research, Meech, appreciate you in the army, man. Thank you so much. When you're going through conducting your research, what's going on, Anon? Good to see you here, fam. When you're conducting your research, it is so important, right? That if you hear someone say, oh, well, these people have a partnership, it's so important that you hear from the crypto, but it's equally, if not more important, that you hear about it from whoever the alleged partner is, right? Picking on XRP here for a second. Too many times have we heard, oh, XRP has this partnership, it's got that partnership. And it's like, you hear that rumor around the water cooler in the XRP community, but whenever you go directly to the sources, oh, they got a partnership with Amazon, right? You can never find it, or at least not in a legitimate matter. So when you're doing your research on these projects and you're trying to figure out what's what, if the crypto is saying it, the main entity also needs to be saying it. I think that's fair, right? A new financial infrastructure, the internet capital markets, is emerging, but a key participant has been missing until now. The traditional financial system, R3 Quarter, new direction, brings TradFi to DeFi. R3 Quarter's ecosystem is the world's largest live network of TradFi. We saw that introductory piece about what R3 Quarter is. Blockchain platforms. It powers tens of millions of transactions each month, securing tens of billions of dollars in assets across a live network. These networks sit at the heart of the global finance and play a key role in the evolving financial infrastructure. And that's true. These infrastructures are, in fact, evolving. Today, R3 Quarter Solana Foundation announced that these private networks and the banks and the market infrastructures behind them will soon connect directly to Solana mainnet. I could stop right there, and you would have well gotten the price of admission into today's live. I could stop right there. Because if you don't know who R3 Quarter is, R3 Quarter was essentially a cartel, if I can call it that, a group, a committee. What's another word for a group? A family of banks that all got together and said, we are going to create an entity. We're going to dole out money to this entity to fund, right, to fund the operations of this entity. And the sole task of this is to figure out how do we essentially create the next adaptation of finance so that TradFi can branch out and touch, new horizons. And it just so happened to be the next horizon is DeFi. And so for them basically come out and saying, hey, R3/4's ecosystem in the world's large live network of TradFi blockchain platforms. It powers tens of millions of transactions each month, securing tens of billions of assets across live networks. These networks at the heart of global finance and play a key role in the ever-evolving financial infrastructure. Today, R3 and the Solana Foundation announced these private networks and the banks and the market infrastructures behind them will soon connect directly on Solana mainnet. That is absolutely huge. People could have got sold for $20. A couple weeks ago, you could have got it for what, 65 or whatever it is, right? They're directly going to connect on Solana mainnet. This means Quarter users will be able to confirm transactions on Solana, settle trades using stablecoins and other top-tier assets, and bridge real-world assets in DeFi or into DeFi. The timing couldn't be better as a recent, I believe this is Ernest Young, Pantheon survey found that a majority of financial investment firms plan to invest in tokenized assets by 2026. This information is not even a year old, and they gave it to you. Hey, 2026. Well, Glenn, you know, you're a little late on covering this. Actually, I covered this last year when me and Blockchain Bully had a little bit of a disagreement in terms of R3/4, who they were working with, and what this all meant for markets in the participant space. I came directly to R3/4 to get that information. Some of you saw the video. I think it was like a 3-part video that we did on this, right? Over half said the regulatory clarity and institutional participation will be key catalysts for digital asset growth. There's that word again, clarity. And institutional participation will be the key catalyst for digital growth, and yet only 0.0026% of tokenizable TradFi assets are currently on-chain. We're not even at 1% yet. Do you hear what I'm saying? We're not even at 1%. Some of y'all that have had this foresight to be able to put money into Solana aggressively, all I'm saying is just cut me out a little guest room, right? Of all the opportunities in crypto, I think this is probably, and I'm not, no glaze, this is probably one of the largest. Of all the tokenizable assets, regulatory clarity and institutional participation will be the key catalyst for digital asset growth, and yet only 0.0026% of all tokenizable TradFi assets are currently on chain. Just, what do you say? He said, just say it, the one, bro. Again, I can't tell you what to do with your money, but I feel like the argument is quite compelling. Only 0.0026% of tokenizable assets are currently on chain. The potential is enormous. I think enormous is probably putting it politely. That represents this little blip right there. Now, this whole entire pie, these are all the total tokenizable assets, and you're just right there. You're the little guy right there. That's like get a paper plate, right? When you go to a cookout, get you a paper plate. Don't put no chicken on it. Don't put any burgers on it. Don't put any hot dogs on it. Jessica Penn, appreciate you in the heart. Thank you so much. It's good to see you here. You see me in the building. What's up, Evie? Good to see you here. Thinking forward as well with the Go Popular. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Want to make sure I don't miss anybody here. Thinking forward with the heart me as well. Appreciate you. You take that paper plate or the styrofoam plate, right? You're at this cookout. I want you to take the plate. Then I want you to go where the condiments are. Condiments. I've been reading condiments, right? Go where the ketchup is. The mustard, the relish, the mayo, if you like that. Take the ketchup bottle, shake it up real nice. Who did that? Who did that? My guy, Fred with the 2 galaxies. God damn. Hey. Fred came to show. He's like, hey, I ain't playing no games tonight. We're gonna do it again, man. Drop 2 galaxies. We gotta do it the right way. All right, we gotta do it the right way. I want you. What in the hell? Strolls with the travel with you. Hey, listen, you get some of this Solana, right? You deem it's appropriate, you get your Solana. We are definitely gonna end up in the same places. Appreciate you sending that. Thank you so much, Strolls. Lil Z with the night star, starlight, star bright. First star I see tonight. I wish I may. I wish I might have the wish I wish tonight. Bring Solana down so we can all pile into this bad boy. I mean, at least I am, right? Can't tell you what to do with your money. At least I am. Appreciate you, Lil Z. Get you that paper plate, the styrofoam plate. Take the ketchup, shake it up. Put about a dime size amount of ketchup on that plate. That would represent the same amount of tokenizable assets that are currently on chain. Strolls with the night star. Appreciate you, Strolls. Thank you so much. The sound on that board option is giving me PTSD. My bad, Joe. My bad. Don't be like that. What is this one? Oh, no. It's plenty of time for that later. Thought I had some other ones on here. I don't know. We'll figure that out later, though. PTSD, that's funny. That's about the same amount of tokenizable assets that are currently on chain right now. So in this post, the creator goes on to say that they're going to share what they're building, right? Obviously, they work for R3 Quarter and Solana. They're going to show what they're building. They're going to show why they're doing it and explain these networks were private to begin with and what has changed since they started beginning on work about a decade ago and how regulatory clarity, there's that word again, regulatory clarity, and how market maturity and Solana's rise in 2025, the year it all comes together. The time for TradFi to converge with DeFi is now. The collaboration between Corda and Solana communities brings together the world's largest permissionless blockchain ecosystem and the most credible permissionless network, being Solana, and the era of internet capital markets has begun. What problem are we solving? This is great because this is kind of going to shape, right, the problem set. The banking industry, I really need you to pay attention. Like this is getting me excited. The banking industry was one of the earliest adopters of computing. Going back to the 1950s, that early start helped the transition how the financial markets operated, making them massively more productive. The IT industry deserves the real credit for this progress. But it's a good story, not a great one. There are still 2 big problems. First, we optimize at the level of individual firms, not markets. Most banks run on solid tech, but when 2 banks trade, they still can't be sure they've recorded the same thing. Processes break, data is soiled, duplicated, or incomplete. Proprietary networks, obscure formats, and fragmented standards persist. These systems appreciate the GGs, the TikToks, as well as structure access to anyone. No wonder technologists and major banks took notice. The idea of running capital markets, logic, and shared computer, not owned, controlled by any one institution, it was transformable. Enter R3 and Corda. In 2015, the year Ethereum launched, dozens of banks came together under the R3 to reimagine how the world's financial markets should work. I've said Chief Technology Officer of R3 since then. I believe this is Richard Brown is his name. He's the Chief Technology Officer at R3 Quarter. I believe it's Richard Brown. Back then, 2 things stood in the way. Technology. There were red flags everywhere. There were no transactions, finality, as everything still ran slow, expensive proof-of-work languages, tooling were immature, privacy, scalability weren't fit for finance. Regulation and perception. Same Bitcoin and a bank meant you could get side-eye from compliance, if not worse. The crypto brand was toxic. First they fight you, then they hate you, then they accept you, then they love you, you win, right? So what we didn't wait, we built. Working in the industry, we created Corda, a blockchain platform purpose-built for finance, and it worked. Today, Corda powers everything from Italy's payments system to real-time balance sheet optimization in European banks. You saw some of the partners that are with R3 Corda. They represented some of those, like I won't say central banks, but right, some of the larger banks in the country. Powers everything from Italy's payments to real-time balance sheets optimization for European banks. Only last week, the city of Lugano, I actually went to Lugano, it was a really nice place, announced successful issuance of its 4th native digital bond. That's in Switzerland. Using the first digital CSD, which runs on Corda, the ecosystem handles millions of transactions a day and secures tens of billions of assets each month. It's pretty big, you know. It's really important. Lil Z with the heart, we appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Amazing. Amazing. Corda-based private networks already dominate the RWA space, right? We talked about this earlier. This is how many other RWAs are on some of these other blockchains that most of us are familiar with. And then you got R3 Corda. It's 10 billion. Pales in comparison to a lot of these other blockchains. Permission networks were the right starting point, but they were not the finish line. Why permission isn't enough? But it's also a compromise. Without public incentives, permission projects were harder to fund, slower to evolve. Many Corda networks were standalone, which sped up deployment but limited the data sharing and composability. The superpower of public blockchains. By avoiding public networks, banks missed out on business levels too. DeFi, stablecoins, tokenized real-world assets all grew outside the traditional system. A massive new capital base formed, driven by crypto. And all of you, myself, we were all a part of that. The narrative for innovation. Yet banks stayed on the sidelines, or so we thought. Time to reconnect. 10 years after Ethereum, R3 Corda was born. We revisited our assumption would change. First regulation, regulators, and therefore the banks are now far more open to responsible crypto engagement, right? Kind of had to clean up the space a little bit. The fear is gone, caution remains, as it should, but the space has rapidly matured. Secondly, we now know what works. Corda ecosystem has proven how tokenized real-world assets with legal clarity and regulatory confidence, this is his word again, right? You keep talking about Solana when you mention it. It's making me think that Solana is probably going to get, I don't know, some kind of like regulated blockchain blessing or something like that, but we'll come back to that. These assets, tens of billions worth, are sitting on high trust, high integrity networks ready to meet demand. What's missing? The public layer, inner Solana. Convergence of public and private blockchains is here. I wish I could click on this and make it bigger, but I can't. It just kind of shows you where the public and private blockchains exist, and obviously where they overlap is kind of the benefit of each coming together. The permissionless world has shown us that the power of composability, where desperate assets and logic share platform innovation compounds. Incremental improvements like new token swaps, Curve, can instantly plug into existing stacks. It's a self-reinforcing loop that private networks simply can't match. But TradFi needed three things from a public blockchain. One, scale and cost efficiency, which is probably the reason why they're not working with Ethereum. You ever tried to launch a contract on Ethereum? During high peak time, it's rather expensive. Scale. Solana's faster than Ethereum. It is what it is. I don't make the rules. It is what it is. Reliability and resilience. Solana came out in 2018, 2019, I believe. It's almost 10 years old. It's been battle tested. It's got a little bit of a household name at this point. Safe compared to other blockchains. Solana hasn't really been hacked, right? A whole lot, if any at all. Someone fact check me on that. And performant programming tools. Solana delivers. With Solana, the world's most performant and cost-effective blockchain, it's cheap. Launching the contracts in Solana is like change. It's cents, not always dollars. Cost-effective public blockchain, those needs are met. Solana brings the infrastructure that global institutions need to scale. It also offers unmatched performance, low fees, and a thriving developer ecosystem. Yes, when you start to take a look at someone in here literally before we began, they just 22,000 likes. Appreciate y'all. Let's keep that going, right? Before we began, someone said, what can you say about ICP? First and foremost, I can say when you talk about developers, Solana has way more developers than ICP. Well, why is that important? Because developers are a sign on a blockchain's ecosystem of how much activity they have going on. Again, I hate to pick on XRP, but when you look at the XRPL, there's not really a whole lot of activity that's going on in XRPL. Why? The developers aren't there. When you take a look at Solana, it's like a beehive. It's buzzing with activity, right? And when you take a look at what you want to be on a blockchain where there's activity, where people are present, okay? So with Solana, the world's most performant and cost-effective public blockchain, these needs are met. Solana brings infrastructure that global institutions need to scale. It also offers unmatched performance, low fees, and a thriving developer ecosystem. And it speaks a mainstream language, Rust. giving us the tools to write safe, high-assurance programs to manage trillions in value. This is important because whenever you're talking about bringing on new developers, something like Midnight or something like Cardano, they don't have time to try to learn a new programming language. The more time your developers have to spend on learning a new program language, that's time that they're not spending developing. And with the new program languages, there are bugs that have to be fixed, and you got to wait for the bugs to show up, and then you got to wait for an engineer or developer to come up for a patch with the bug. Then you got to give that patch time to see if it even worked. It's not frictionless. It's too wonky. It's too clunky. With Solana using Rust, they don't have that issue. Solana is the first public chain that can credibly support the demands of TradFi. This is so important. So important. What other blockchain is able to say this? Solana, appreciate you in the heartbeat, man. Thank you so much. I want to take a second here, just kind of get caught up with these comments before I get too far behind. Solana has been hacked one major time, right? But I'm saying when you take a look at other blockchains, like, and I'll admit, Solana, during its infancy, it had a lot of public outages, which is one of the reasons why Solana first came on my radar. I was not a huge fan of it, but sometimes you got to allow for times things to grow, space to mature, developers to kind of come on, and, you know, we haven't had a lot of those issues recently. So, you know, knock on wood, thank God, right? Thank the crypto lords. Marvin, I appreciate you in the heartbeat, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, family. Good to see you. XRP is building insane infrastructure, though. I would put a pause. I'm not saying it's not true, but when I look on, you know, things like DeFi Llama, the developers, the activity, it's not there, right? But if anyone is able to provide that information to me, I would definitely, you know, Money Talks, I'd definitely take a look at it. Because again, my main thing, my bias aside, I want to make sure that I have the most up-to-date, accurate information. We were just on Wadi's live, and we took a look at what the XRPO was doing, and it wasn't doing a whole lot, right? What I'm showing you here is someone who is directly connected to the banks, someone who is directly saying the banks have put us in charge of finding a solution for their needs, and their need that they have, which we're going to discuss here a little bit later, so I won't spoil it now. It kind of exemplifies and holds Solana up to say, okay, this one might be one that people need to pay attention to. Like, no conjecture, no hyperbole. It's coming directly from the horse's mouth. And in investing, that is exactly what you need. I woke up at my desk and need to go back to sleep. That man put in hours. Shout out to Midnight on Cardano. Yeah, if you guys were in David's live earlier, like, that was a shit show. Read up on Midnight before you actually go just diving into it, right? It's not one that I would like to spend my money on, okay? Solana is the first public blockchain that can credibly support demands for TradFi. Not everything should be on-chain. You don't need your home address on-chain on a blockchain, but authoritative shared records of ownership, status, and settlement of financial assets, that's where they belong. Now the worlds have a high-performative and neural platform. Going back to me picking on Midnight here, that was kind of the thing that Hoskinson was saying, like, oh, yeah, you know, all these things are, you know, going to be on a blockchain. I think the first fallacy that he mentioned, and we can definitely take a look at that later if we have time, was his thought that everything was going to be on a blockchain. Everything is not going to go on a blockchain, right? So to think that it will be, I think is the first fallacy that they had when creating Midnight. There's some private stuff that I don't want on a blockchain. There's just things that don't need to go on a blockchain. There's just no need for it. I think that Midnight is a problem looking for a solution, and not a solution that needs, not a problem that needs a solution. Rather, they are a solution. They're a problem looking for a solution, rather, or a solution looking for a problem. Yeah, I think it's that one. That's why R3 is now moving. We're connected, the Corda system, ecosystem, to Solana. What are we building? We're launching 3 key capabilities. Transaction confirmation on Solana. Corda transactions can be confirmed in real time via Solana's proven proof of stake consensus. No more Corda notary nodes. Yet, thanks to Corda's unique privacy model, no sensitive data needs to hit the public chain. So this is what I'm saying, right? You've got all these, since the advent of, like, privacy started getting its buzz a few months ago, you had all these other blockchains that are now trying to say, oh, we can do private, we can do private, we can do private. But if that wasn't the case, if they weren't building on that at least a year ago, to me, it's just a cheap way to try to grab liquidity from other market participants or narratives, right? And the thing about narratives is they're always changing. At least here with Solana, they kind of went in R3 Corda. They went into going to pair with Solana with the fact that, hey, you guys can do this if you need to play something in terms of privacy, but it's not the default setting, if I can say that. Settlement with Solana based on stablecoins. True atomic delivery versus payment. Corda issued assets settled directly against Solana stablecoins, no extra protocols, no trusted intermediaries. This will unlock interoperability between public and permission networks and expand interoperability between promised or permission networks. A direct liquidity bridge. This is the part that got me so excited because for anybody, if you partake in meme coins on Solana, you're actually starting to develop this skill set and you might not really have known what you were doing while you were doing it, right? Corda's high-quality assets can flow directly into Solana's mainnet to meet growing demand for real-world asset and fuel new wave of DeFi. So if you're like in the Trump meme coin and you're providing liquidity, you're actually learning a very valuable skill set. Now, again, keep in mind, we only said 0.002% of all tokenized or tokenizable assets are currently on chain. What happens when that number grows to 20%, 30%, and derivatives of these assets are now present on a chain? It's going to be a whole lot of liquidity that's going to need to be provided, and the people who know how to do it, the opportunity for making a substantial amount of return is going to be ridiculous. For TradFi institutions, this means faster, cheaper settlement, streamlined operations, new revenue streams, right? We just, come on now. Damn, Glenn, like, come on now. Come on, give me my roses, right? Revenue streams from tokenized assets and competitive edge in increasingly digital markets. For DeFi, it unlocks access to high-quality, regulated real-world assets, bridging stability, diversification, and yield opportunities backed by traditional finance. Institutional DeFi starts now. R3 Corda X Solana. Okay? So if you guys want to learn more about that, again, I'll give you the link where you can. Come on now, Glenn. Come on, Glenn. Like, damn, baby, you told us about this. Now you're showing. First you told us about it. Now you're showing it to us, and it just validates everything you said. I like how you're putting down what you're putting down, brother. I'll do what I can. If you want to know where to find this, the website is r3.com/the-institutions-r-here-beginning or bringing TradFi -2 DeFi built by R3 powered by Solana /. There's a lot of dashes. I'll post it on Twitter. You know, the Rose, appreciate you, V Nizzle, the Rich Nizzle, appreciate you, Strohs, for the heart me again. Thank you so much, sir. But just to be like, hey, you know, there's some real validation behind what Brother Man has been telling us for a long time, right? I always told you that the relationship between Solana and R3 is not one to be slept on, all right? Next, we need to talk about, where am I at? We just talked about the institutions here, R3 powered by Solana. Next, we need to move to June 2025. So again, we're not even a year into when this information was released. Scalability, vision, ecosystem, R3's journey to Solana. Now, if I remember this one correctly, this is the one, and this is Richard Brown, right? So I was right a moment ago when I said I think that the chief technology officer was Richard Brown. This is where he essentially outlines all the reasons why they chose Solana. And what you hear from this is reasons why they couldn't have worked with any other cryptocurrency or why they're not working with any other cryptocurrency. The farther you dig into this, the more excited you should become. There are dozens of live blockchains across the traditional financial system, managing billions of dollars of real-world assets, and R3, the firm behind them, announced in May they're coming to Solana, right? It's a little bit of a callback to the one we just read here a second ago. The rationale at the macro level is clear. Traditional finance converging with decentralized finance, DeFi, as the leader in real-world assets tokenization, as it makes sense for R3 to lead the charge. But we at R3 had a choice of dozens of public blockchains. We had a choice of dozens of public blockchains, XRP, XDC. What's the truth? Well, you're about to hear it. Why the convergence? That should be obvious. The more interesting question is, why did R3 choose Solana? Question mark. You know, it's not R3, comma, XDC, comma, Ripple. It's just Solana. It's the only one that they list because it's the only one that they're working with. This is coming directly from the chief technology officer. He goes on to say that he had 3 priorities while making the technical selection: prevention of fragmentation, philosophical alignment, and ecosystem vibrancy. And I concluded that only Solana has a scalability. Only Solana, right? So let's put all the other rumors to rest about R3 working with Ripple, about R3 working with XDC. The chief technology officer goes on to tell you in his own words, and I concluded that only Solana. Let me pause right there. You see what I was talking about when I said we go to find the information from tier one sources so that there can be no mix up, so there can be no confusion, so there can be nothing taken out of context. No bobsbasementblog.com. This is coming directly from the person who made the decision. And I concluded that only Solana has the scalability and culture and community that we needed. The TLDR, too long, don't read. But the details are both interesting and important. So here it goes. Prevent fragmentation. As CTO of R3, my starting point was our own experience with private blockchains. And the specific problem of fragmentation. The Corda ecosystem is a huge success. Corda 3 powers most live in production solutions for regulated financial markets globally with over 10 billion in RWAs. But each project runs on its own standalone network. And that means permission ecosystems have not yet reached its full potential application assets. And the data stretches across separate networks. There are good businesses, architectural reasons for this, but Blankenstein hinders growth and traps liquidity. So the first priority was to find a public forum, a public platform that would truly enable Corda and its networks to come back together, unlocking interoperability, composability, and further growth. This meant that we needed an ecosystem that did not exhibit the same tendency towards fragmentation, meaning everyone running on their own network, but it would be made to solve the problem at one layer, only for it to reemerge somewhere else. Layer 2's roll-up sidechains, right, Ethereum, only for it to reemerge somewhere else. L2 roll-up sidechains and other solutions to the fragmentation problem. Instead, only added to the fragmentation problem. Instead, a single shared network that everybody could use, which can scale to meet demand while keeping costs and latency low, is what we needed. So we concluded that right along with the term future for TradFi, convergence with DeFi had to be one based in technology whose community prioritizes scalability for their network while keeping the fees low. Philosophical alignment. The second thing they looked at was the culture and philosophy. Could we be sure the focus on scalability, low fees would persist? To answer that, we needed to understand the ultimate objective that drives, motivates those leading the project. In Solana, I discovered a community of engineers who ruthlessly focused on a singular version. Make it fast, make it cheap. It even had its own meme, IBRL. Increased bandwidth, reduce latency. In contrast to platforms that prioritize a niche academic research of driving political agendas, we had to be ruthlessly and unshamedly grounded in the needs of the business. If we were going to lead a financial industry to the future, and leading the financial industry forward requires a clear view of how the blockchain we chose would evolve long term. This starts with understanding the motivations and incentives of the leadership, increased bandwidth, reduced latency. That path flourishing in the internet capital markets. Ecosystem vibrancy. Thirdly, I wondered about ecosystems. Frankly, this was the part where I spent the longest time comfortable with my recommendation. It would not be lost on technical readers that Solana contracts, aka programmers, are typically written in Rust and run on something called SVM. That's the Solana virtual machine. Like ETH has the EVM, this is SVM, Solana virtual machine. And I worried that it could be a problem. Ethereum-based technologies such as Solidity and the EVM often cited as de facto choice for new blockchain development. And Rust is not Solidity, and SVM is not the EVM. Having spent the last 5 years patiently explaining to the prospects why Corda doesn't use EVM or Solidity, I understand the challenge of defending the technical decision to a non-technical audience from a business perspective. When you're explaining, you're losing. We had to be absolutely sure that Solana's choice of Rust and the SVM was not going to cause us similar problems. The punchline is it's not an issue, indeed, and its advantage, but the reason why is super interesting. Just going to go into a little bit more detail here. First, it's actually true that Rust and SVM are objectively better than Solidity and EVM, so the native programming language of Ethereum and the Ethereum virtual machine. This decision to make programs stateless, for example, is the key to how Solana scales so effectively or efficiently. But I won't rehearse the reasons. Again, when you're explaining, you're losing. Instead, I look at the underlying reason why everyone has asked me about the EVM over the past years. The key insight was, however, about the technical preference and architecture analysts. It was something more nuanced and sophisticated. They were making a statement about the ecosystem skills, the network's liquidity, compatibility, composability. Customers who asked me about the EVM, they were really telling me they wanted to benefit from being a part of a large, growing, vibrant ecosystem and not on an island themselves. They wanted to know that they could plug in a range of wallet providers, custody services, that their tokens would be accepted by the main dexes, that they wanted to know that they could find skills and experience. They wanted in short. To know they would be a part of a mainstream and not find themselves at a party with no other guests. Again, we talked about this. A lot of these other programming or projects, they have different programming languages. And people are going to have to learn how to, essentially program efficiently in those languages. Well, the more time they spend doing that, the more time you're not really working on the main thing. And for the last few years, the EVM has been seen as the easiest shorthand for that. So my exam question when evaluating Solana was, is it also true that Solana's ecosystem exhibits the same ecosystem properties as Ethereum's ecosystems? Yes. In fact, I've gone on to say multiple times that if you take a look at what's happened on Ethereum, you can almost hold up a mirror and see the same exact thing happen on Solana. Ethereum got DeFi. They got smart contracts. They got DeFi. They got NFTs. They got meme coins. Solana literally went through that same trajectory. Smart contracts, DeFi, NFTs, meme coins, one for one. In fact, a lot of people who were originally developing on Ethereum, after, again, we started having that debacle of it being too expensive to launch contracts, started to learn Rust and started to take their talents over to Solana, where it was relatively cheap. And that's where a lot of them are still at today. And for the last few years, EVM has been the easiest shorthand, so that my exam question when evaluating Solana was, is it also true that Solana's ecosystem exhibits some of the same properties as Ethereum? The answer is yes. If you don't believe me, just look at 2 days of content from the Scalar Die conference in May. This is really a conference that's, I think, put on for developers and coders. It happens every year in May. You don't need to watch the videos, although I'd recommend. Instead, pay close attention to the affiliations, the presenters. Notice how they pretty much, every technical presentation, each about a different part of the ecosystem, is delivered by a super impressive engineer from a different organization. I want to be sure that Solana's ecosystem was as diverse and growing and self-sustaining, and it is. The data point worth considering: Solana's permissionless scalability architecture plays a key role in its efficiency and a developer accessibility. It's reflected in a recent usage metrics. May Solana process most real economic value, more than combined total of all of the layer 2 rollups, captured 40% of the overall market share. That's pretty good. That's actually really impressive. R3 is leading the convergence of TradFi with DeFi and Solana. So that pretty much is the story. If we're collectively going to bring TradFi to DeFi and build new internet capital markets where needed and scalable, low-fee, permissionless foundation, we need a long-term vision. And it's congruent and free from ideological, I always get this one messed up. Ideological, goddamn, take 4, action. Ideology, y'all know what I'm trying to say, fuck it, baggage. And we need to have it in a thriving ecosystem. On Solana, can credibly say it delivers all 3. Our collaboration is the quickest, easiest way for institutional clients to access DeFi. That's going to bother me. Ideological. There we go. Nailed it. And with that, they made the decision to align Corda with Solana. Super easy, okay? Now, when you go back to the listing of a lot of these other press releases they put out every single month, they go on, and I want to try to see if I can find one here. I believe it's the technical use case for Solana. Or did we just read that one? We might have just read that one. Nope, we haven't read that one yet. I want to make sure there's not one that I'm skipping over. I think we'll go this one and then 2 more. Mad Max is crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, send me over to PC Red. I'll definitely take a look at it. It says you don't have to sell this on Solana. We're in. No. You'll be surprised. I'm having conversations with people, and they're just like Solana, and I'm like, man, there's stuff on Solana y'all missing. But again, more importantly, like, so a lot of times when I do stuff, it's not only for the hey, let me put you on aspect, right? A lot of it is also like I want to take away people's excuses, and when you start to operate or look at problem sets in that regard, you start to change the way you look at a lot of different stuff. Too much of it is, hey, let me try to sell you on it, right? I'm not trying to sell anybody. I want to take away people's ability to say, no one told me this, right? Because when you take away someone's ability to say, well, no one told me, essentially what you're doing is you force them to have the onus on themselves, right? So it's like if Solana does what I think it can do, and it's wildly successful, people are gonna if they hear this information be presented, and I'm giving people the websites, and you can see the headers, you can Google these things, and it'll take you right to the website where I'm pulling it up. And if at the end of the day they're able to look at it and they still choose not to take advantage of the opportunity, well, they don't get to put it on anybody else. And I think we in this space, be it you just got here, be it you've been here for a long time, that's probably the biggest hurdle that a lot of people have to overcome, right? Is the accountability bit. Because if there's accountability there, it's like, okay, what do I need to do in order to not make that same mistake again? And then they kind of revisit some of the more pivotal points in their journey. Okay, well, this person tried to tell me about this. They presented this information in a very factual, objective manner. I might have listened to this one over here, which just kind of rooted more so in emotion. All right, maybe I don't need to do that, right? And so in this space, there's things that we're always trying to fight against. One, the shiny object syndrome. Two, the not having proper accountability. The three, well, you know what, this person did try to tell me that. I should have listened. So those are kind of like the three things that we're fighting against. Man says, blockchain boy, trash it under $10. I closed the app and went in and bought it, right? That was a smart thing. But you got a lot of people, for whatever reason, are still like, I got it, shiny object syndrome. I got to chase the latest and the greatest because it may be cheaper, or that may mean that I'm going to get more fuel economy out of my dollars, or, whatever the case may be. And the thing that we should be doing as content creators when we talk to our community, especially people who are new into our communities, is say chase value, not price, right? Because if it's valuable, there's always going to be a market for it. But if it's just like the latest narrative and it's cheap and it's hot and it's sexy now, well, oftentimes those are things that don't always last. And I know in my case, like I did all right this cycle. You got a lot of people that can't say that. But the reason why I did this cycle is because I was chasing value. It's because I was doing what we're doing here. We're standing on the shoulder of the giants, and we're able to see farther than they are. We're following the money. We're taking the time to read. There's a reason why I'm going through and I'm reading this verbatim, damn near, right? Because this is what it takes. This is the research. This is what builds conviction in a project that you're interested in. Because now you can go back and with conviction say, the people, the banks who created this organization said they want this one. You're not guessing. You're taking the guesswork out of it. But a lot of times when you start doing this research, it's boring. It's not sexy. It's not cool. And so we make investments based on our gut. We make investments based on emotion. In this space, there's no room for that. This is a very binary kind of thing that we have here. And so if you're really going to try to tear the cover off the ball, if you're going to try to be as wildly successful as you want to be, 30,000 likes, I appreciate y'all. Let's try to see if we can run that to 50, yeah? These are the steps that have to be taken. Devil Dogs, appreciate you sending the heart me, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for being here. Light sent the heart me as well. Light, I appreciate you for sending the heart me, man. Thank you so much. As CTPO of R3 Labs, Richard G. Brown, the lead technical analyst that resulted in R3 selecting Solana for its preferred public blockchain in this piece, he explains the 4 critical Solana design decisions that led to his decision. There's going to be a little bit of a recap of kind of what we went over. Just kind of talk about token standards here. I'm looking for something in specific where they just kind of go on to give you like the what's coming down the pipeline. I read that and I said, oh my God, like that is so exciting. blockchains, right? He talks about he wants a very vibrant, developing ecosystem. Talked about stateless smart contracts. It's one of the reasons why they're able to scale. We talked about that. Part 4, the regulation bit, right? We had talked about this. Is Solana the one that's going to be regulated? Like, what's going on here? So number 4 of this press release, not really a press release, but kind of like a blog posting, if you want to call it that, basically outlines it to Solana technical advantage. Number 4, regulation-oriented architecture. Imagine a vendor told you they had a regulatory-friendly permission blockchain with the following features out of the box. Tokens can only be issued or held or transacted to known entities on a real-time allowed list. 100% configurable, permissioning the token. Transaction and wallet level. Transaction confirmations can be restricted only to known AML and KYC validators. Transactions can be encrypted, therefore confirmation to prevent front running. Okay. Transaction balances and holdings can also be encrypted for full transaction and wallet level privacy. I like it. Tokens can be frozen, seized if required. Clawbacks, right? So this is like fraud mitigation. Sophisticated sophisticated delegation. Damn, come on, Glenn. Sophisticated delegation rules can be added, support complex custody scenarios. Ain't my damn glasses. You probably think it sounded like every other permission blockchain out there, but what if you were told it was actually a public permissionless chain? And it is. And that chain offers full compatibility with the world's highest transaction volume DeFi ecosystem, available demands if you choose. It's fully open and has the world's largest or lowest fees, highest performance, and it doesn't require that you run any of your own infrastructure. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be excited about that. Might be a little bit more surprised. Yes, above is a description of Solana mainnet. It exists today thanks to its tools, program, ecosystem, and services available to all. It's perhaps no exaggeration to say that Solana's fourth technical secret is the superpower, that it secretly built the world's most interesting public permission blockchain platform hidden inside the world's most widely used and highly volume program permissionless blockchain. It's unbeatable combination of all the benefits, permission chain, but alongside all the upside, a true public chain without the cost, complexity, and walled garden downside of permission chain ecosystem. Conclusion. So there you have it. Solana's architecture is very different from EVM, and it turns out to be the secret superpower, standard token implementations, pitch perfect programming, model stateless function, and it's the world's most advanced permission blockchain platform hidden inside the world's most used permissionless blockchain. Solana has not been tooting their own horn enough, if you ask me. This explains why the decision to align with Solana was easy and an obvious one. Together now establishing a gateway for TradeFi firms to access this vibrant ecosystem here at R3, we have a unique understanding of the needs of regulated institutions with lessons learned from a decade of experiencing building the world's largest collection of real-world tokenized assets, technical affinity for Solana's architecture thanks to its parallel core to its own design, and deep understanding of the pain points facing today's capital markets. We're ready to support institutions accessing the new world of opportunity, DeFi, as it's ready for TradFi. And at R3, we're enabling institutions to leverage the very public blockchain infrastructure with safety, ease of control. The acknowledgments, thanks to just some of the people that contributed to the piece. Okay, cool. I want to try to find this very one specific one because the way they outlined what it is coming down the pipeline, they actually do kind of give you the hint that Solana is, in fact, a regulated blockchain, which when I read it, I thought was incredibly interesting. Is this it? Let me just comb this over. Honesty, appreciate you sending the heart me. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you here. 32K likes. I appreciate y'all. Let's try to get that number up to 50. R3 has spent the last decade helping financial institutions safely and securely adopt distributed ledger technology. That's not it. Delivering institutional level privacy on Solana. They just kind of talked about that in the last bit that we read. Validated transparency and control. Validator securing the network globally. The beauty of public networks. That's not it. Confidently features are not theoretically experimental. They test live, test no, that's not it. Addressing EVM, execution, integrity. Institutional grade privacy. We kind of talked about that on the last set that we read. Where is this? Public is permissioned. Oh, that's not it. The future is public and permission. Nope. The future of institutional DeFi R3 toolkit for RWAs. I don't think this is it either. There's three main areas that they want to focus, right? So they want to tackle the stablecoin bit, they want to tackle the DeFi, and they want to tackle the RWAs. I thought I read it in here, but it might have been another publication. R3 Quarter essentially just comes out and blatantly admits, like, hey, we were tasked by the banks to bring them to public liquidity pools using Solana. I mean, I know we saw that here, but it's a little bit more plain English, the one that I'm looking for. Result in a future-proof solution that streamlines RWA issuance to meet today's regulatory, operational, and security standards while offering the flexibility for open access to Solana and R3's expert team. We are enabling institutions to leverage Solana's built-in compliance. There it is. Solana's built-in compliance and privacy features, right? So, yeah, so because their privacy is, in a sense, it meets compliance standards, that would by default make Solana one of the first compliant, regulated blockchains. And when I hear people talk a lot about Solana, it's not really a whole lot of that in there. It's mainly just, this meme coin, that meme coin. I'm like, the opportunity, the stable for Solana is so much bigger than the conversations that we regularly have on it. Complexity without building complexity or building bespoke system architecture with no licensing fees. Minimal onboarding time. The R3 Solana toolkit provides institutional grade privacy and security alongside unmatched performance, the Solana network. For more, blah, 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 blah. So what this tells me is that if you have companies that maybe are not blockchain native, they can come to Solana and get spun up and have R3 meet the needs that they need to have fulfilled. Excuse me, which is always a benefit that I always thought was with Quant and with HBAR, to have companies that aren't Web3 native, spin them up on a blockchain and have them off to the races. Well, now we're reading that that's essentially what Solana can do as well. So it's extremely interesting. And again, I wish that these were points that more people talked about when they actually talked about some of the things that make Solana as attractive as they do. We know that R3 Quarter is the world's largest TradFi blockchain. We know that. We know they power tens of millions of transactions each month. With industry heavyweights like JP Morgan, Franklin Templeton, and BlackRock already putting strategy to work, it's time to now take the advantage of public blockchain ecosystems through R3 Quarter Labs and the R3 Solana Toolkit. Institutions can now access R3's trusted advisory services, Solana's built-in compliance solutions to translate business use cases into real-world deployments quickly and effectively. With comprehensive regulatory solutions, validated transparency, and seamless integration into Solana's institutional ecosystem, our toolkit makes it simple for institutions to build solutions for issuing, securing, and scaling digital assets with confidence. Again, I think that bit right there, right? When you look at the total addressable market for that fit right there, personally, I just feel like the lane is wide open for Solana. Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got other blockchains like AVAX. They're trying to build out things for, RWAs, XRP. They're trying to build out things for RWAs. But I don't know if they have the backing that R3 has. Hey, Ray Payday, appreciate you for sharing the live. Thank you, TP, for sharing the live as well. You guys are amazing, right? So when you talk about what they're trying to do, how they plan on doing it, which we've covered, but then you're also starting to see who's essentially backing them. That's huge because these people, it's a lot harder for someone who doesn't have these connections to come in and be like, hey, this is who I am. This is what we do. We want to try to earn your business. But when you have someone who's, already a juggernaut in the space, they go to their people and they say, hey, go talk to these people over here at R3. They're using Solana. It's a little bit of inherent trust. When it comes by way of a referral, it's almost like it's not a math problem. It just happens, right? So that is what the future of institutional DeFi. Technical case for Solana. I think we've read that. Institutions are here. Unlocking new opportunities, leveraging blockchains, migrating settlement risk. I think this might have been it. July 2025. I don't want to go too far back. Unlocking new opportunities to leverage blockchain, mitigating settlement risk, and optimizing for collateral management. Blockchain collateral management. I don't think this is the one that I wanted to reference. So this is kind of giving a little bit of a callback to what I said a moment ago when there was I forget the individual's name. I've got it on TikTok. But he basically said, hey, the banks came to us because they wanted, access to the public liquidities. This is kind of a callback to that. The financial institutions and regulators globally recognize the value of issuing assets on a secure permission network, but they also acknowledge that distribution flexibility is essential for unlocking necessary liquidity. Permission networks like Corda offer institutions control over the networks they issue onto, offering the security, privacy, and compliance of legacy systems. However, without interoperability with the other networks, these permission ecosystems threaten to replicate existing workflow and asset silos. This is why interoperability has always been at the core of R3 Corda strategy. Corda was purpose-built for seamless cross-network interactions and has supported a number of the successful interoperability initiatives, including HQLA and Finality's successful front end to end across chain, intraday repo settlement, and SDX tokenization of private shares issued on a public network with Autocrats AG. I don't remember seeing them on the partners list. While TradeFi participants already have begun using blockchain to improve collateral mobility, the ability to access public networks stands to be a user in the new era. Collateral optimization. DeFi has been maturing, testing innovative ways to put assets to work and develop products that built on existing financial markets operating. Oh, this is about to get good. Operation markets to create new opportunities for revenue generation. At the end of the day, this whole entire thing is about making money. How do I take the money that I have, plug it into a system, and make more money, right? If anybody tries to tell you different, it's about the tech, they're lying. It's all about revenue, right? So the fact that now they're talking about new revenue generation is pretty interesting. The convergence of DeFi, TradeFi means that forward-thinking financial institutions and people, might I add, can now take the very best from DeFi, leveraging secure and compliant platforms to address existing inefficiencies and create new business opportunities. Again, some of you are doing this already, providing liquidity to, meme coins and projects alike. One such inefficiency is liquidity yield dilemma, which refers to the trade-off holding high liquid assets versus assets that have less liquidity but offer high yields. During periods of market stress, firms may need to sell off assets in order to make margin calls. And holding illiquid assets in these moments could mean taking a loss or forced to sell. Saigon Bank has sought to solve this dilemma by offering dual income collateral solutions, which allow customers to borrow against Solana, stake with the bank, This enables them to earn staking rewards, offset the loan fees, accessing the valuable liquidity through the bank's Lombard loan program. Now, why is that important? Because if I were to go to my Twitter and if I were to type in a very specific set of keywords, it's going to bring us back to this paragraph right here. They said, hey, we've got this dual income collateral solution, which allows customers to borrow against Solana staked with the bank. You're not hearing me. You're going to have Solana. You're going to be able to go to your bank to stake it, and the bank is going to essentially give you a return on that. The banks were never going to let the exchanges take over. They were essentially going to turn into exchanges, or exchanges were going to turn into banks. Kraken, I'm looking at you. The Basel III document that came out a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, it gave us a breakdown. What's going to be a tier 1 asset? What's going to be a tier 3 asset based on certain qualifications. Solana is going to be one of the chosen ones. This is not my words. Saigon Bank has sought to solve this dilemma by offering a dual income collateral solution, which allows customers to borrow against Solana staked with the bank. I could stop right here. They're telling you, yeah, we're gonna have it so like your cryptos, you're gonna be able to have them at the bank, and you're gonna be able to stake them, and your bank is gonna offer staking as a service. Listen to me. I would not be surprised if this whole entire dilemma that they are fighting over Washington to be able to allow stablecoins and your cryptos alike to offer rewards is just a huge smoke and mirror show, a huge dog and pony show. And at the end of it, they know what's going to happen. You won't be able to stake your assets and gain a reward, but the banks will be able to stake your crypto assets and then pay you a reward for it, which will likely be higher than what you can get on a CD account now. Is that not the huge crux of the argument? Why would I put my money in the bank when I can stake it in crypto and earn a higher yield? Okay, cool. We know what to do with that. We're going to make it so you can't do it, so that you got to come to us to stake your crypto assets to gain that reward. And you're going to do so because you're going to have crypto, but the reward that you're going to get from staking with us at the bank is going to be much higher than anything that we currently offer you. So you're going to see it as a win-win anyway. Kenneth Burke once said, all the world is a stage, and all the players are playing a part. Did I just unfold how this whole entire thing is going to end? Did I just break it down to 40 people in live? Let me read it again. One such efficiency is liquidity yield dilemma, which refers to the trade-off of holding highly liquid assets versus assets that have less liquidity but offer higher yields. During periods of market stress, firms may need to sell off their assets in order to make margin calls, and holding an illiquid asset in these moments could mean taking a loss if one is forced to sell. Saigon Bank has sought to solve this dilemma by offering a dual income collateral solution, which allows customers to borrow against Solana staked with the bank. How do you currently stake your Solana now? You just go directly through Solana, and Solana pays you a reward. Well, what happens if we don't get specific wording in the Clarity Act that allows that to continue? No, they'll probably just rewrite it. Well, you can't do it, but the banks can. The banks are not just going to roll over and give up all that power and all of that control. Hello. They're going to say, nope, come with us, stake your crypto with us, and as a thank you, we'll give you back a higher ROI than anything you could have gotten on any of our traditional projects. And people are going to take that as a win. That's how it's going to unfold. You heard it here, 10:54, March 12th, 2026. If you never see me again, I had no intentions on hurting myself. I am not suicidal. And they're going to do it for a fee because they're going to add more revenue to the bank's bottom line. That's crazy. I'm breaking this down to you, and I'm getting a phone call from a number I've never seen before. Glenn, get your ass off of TikTok. You're spoiling the ending. Now, you want to see something that's crazy? Watch this. I told people a long time ago, there is clearly a hierarchy system between folks that know what's going on and folks that do not know what's going on. What am I looking for? Oh, find it. Glenn. You that nigga. you him. You him. Check the date. February 23rd. Can you see that? February 23rd, 2023 at 12:17 p.m. from Crypto Glenn. That's me. The exchanges were attacked by the old guards. The banks were never going to give up control. They would morph into an exchange or take one over. Wait till banks offer staking as a service for customers. Let's go right back to here. Saigon Bank has sought to solve this dilemma by offering a dual income collateral solution, which allows customers to borrow against SOL staked with the bank. This enables them to earn staking rewards and offset loan fees while accessing valuable liquidity through the bank's Lombard loan program. Watch your mouth. When was this published? July 23, 2025. I gave that to you on Twitter a whole 2 years in advance. Clint, you a bad You a bad This is why you come hang out with me. Your boy has a bead on how the market is shaking better than 90% of the people out here on TikTok and Twitter. Because when I'm not kicking it with y'all, this is what I'm doing. Your crypto is safe. Your crypto is fine. My advice to you is to stop buying the bullshit and chase the value. You got the playbook. You know what they're going to run. You might not be able to stake your crypto and get rewards from it. They will write it in there that you got to go through the banks to do it. Buy all of this shit. All of the valuable crypto. All of it. Some of these cryptos are at multi-year lows. You got the playbook. You hung out with me here for an hour and 39 minutes. You know they're going to target the stable coins. You know they're going to target the real world assets. You know they're going to target the liquidity pools, the public liquidity pools. You know they're going to make it so that, oh, yeah, you know, you can just, I don't know, stake it with us, stake it with the bank, earn rewards. Why get 4% on a CD when you can get 8% on your crypto? How you like me now? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was it as good for you as it was for me? Huh? You got to record these live. It's recorded. Dre is live, baby. This is about to go on YouTube. Whole hour and 40 minutes. What murder? He was the greatest guy. How you love that? Did I bring it to you? Did I deliver? Did I deliver? You want to see that again? Check out this party trick. A whole 3 years ago, the exchanges were attacked by the old guards. They were never going to give up control. They would morph into an exchange or take one over. Wait till the banks offer staking as a service for customers. Oh my God. Don't get shaken out. Don't get shaken out. Play your game. Play your game. Oh, don't get shaken out. Don't get shaken out. Play your game. Play your game. Listen, man. Your shit start to gel differently when you start hanging around a different level of content creator. That's all I'm saying. that's all I'm saying. USOON tokenized oil on crypto. Yeah, actually, between you and me, that's why I knew oil was getting ready to go to $100 a barrel long before we got there. Yeah. HRH with the hot chili pepper. Woo! Yeah, damn, that's hot. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And the fact that there are only 44, 45 people in here is criminal. But I had to give it to you like that, right? Because if I just said, yo, boom, here go the bullet points, you wouldn't have been able to grasp the whole entire kit and caboodle. Alpha bombs with Crypto Glenn. I'm saying. There's oh God. I think somebody tried to challenge me on this. Solana's not working with R3. I'm like, bro, I've been reading the briefs for as long. Come on, man. You think I'm gonna get on here and lie to y'all? That's crazy. Just bought that crypto yesterday. Is way up. Yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna go up. They talking about oil might go to $200 a barrel. Shit. Listen, if that happens, CPI is probably gonna get all out of whack. They might even talk about raising interest rates, but if it goes that high, the DXY is gonna go higher. Crypto is probably gonna crater some more. It's all good. Fred with the galaxies. Goddamn.
You're in the right place, my guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know what time it is when you hear this, right?
Come on now. Fred showing out with them galaxies, man. I appreciate you.
Jeez, I'm excited about this.
Excited about this. Come on now. This just in. You came and hang out with Glenn. You got broken down some information that's probably going to help out your investing journey moving forward. Solana's probably one of those ones. Let's go into the future. Hey, Glenn, what's up? Hey, man, listen, I bought some Solana. I did my research. I tried to turn my community onto it. I got to go. The wife's calling me for lunch. What car are you taking? The Lambo. That is a Gentani exhaust, by the way. That is a Gentani exhaust. Oh, baby. Oh, my gosh. Listen, I mean, after that, what do you say? That was an hour and 40 minutes of alpha bombs. That's an SVJ. This is SVJ Gentani exhaust. You know? G-Ball, please tell me you did not just get here. Please tell me you were watching from the wings. Please tell me you did not just get here. Because the information we just covered was straight up.
That's called motherfucking bars, you know nothing about that.
Straight bars. Straight. I had to read it verbatim. We got to cover it the right way. Dre says, just sub to your YouTube. I appreciate you, Dre. Thank you so much. If y'all haven't subbed to the YouTube, please do me a solid to do that. I'm trying to get one of them plaques, right? I got to go 100,000 subscribers. It's fuego. It's in fuego. I can't do it without y'all. So go to the YouTube. You just got here. Oh, G1, no. Man. It's a lot of crazy shit happening with Solana. I know they're looked at as just like the meme coin chain right now. would I be fair in saying it's some things going on with Solana? Am I glazing it and am I putting anything extra on it, or am I just calling it like it is? Chat, keep me honest on that. Keep me honest on that. Yeah, it's gonna be on YouTube. Am I glazing or am I just keeping it on the level, calling it as it is? V Nizzle, the rich Nizzle with the roses. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Rideshare guy with the squirrels. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for sending those squirrels. G-Ball one time with the heart me's. Appreciate you, fam. 1 for... Whoa, it's moving too fast. 1 for Freedom 1 says, the shit's alpha fire. I'm pinning that. You know, I want to make sure I'm not glazing, right? I want to make sure I'm just keeping it boom, right? Just presenting it as is. If you have time this weekend, right, I'm going to show y'all where I got it from. r3.com/press-and-resources/ read all of this shit. Because the more I have spent on here, Miss Maritime with the Go Popular, thank you so much. Good to see you here again, family. The more I have spent on this, the more it's just like, if I still had XRP, personally, I would dump my XRP for Solana. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Blockchain for collateral, interoperability, liquidity. That's a doozy. I mean, I just told you right there. Yeah, dual income collateral solution. Allow you to borrow against your soul, staked with the bank. Now, why would your Solana be staked with the bank? This is why I don't chase all the other stuff. This is a first-hand example why I don't go, oh, I got to get Canton. Oh, I got to get, ZBEC. I got to go chase Zcash. I got to just give me the ones of value. And I'm going to go so deep on them that when they move by a penny or a dollar in my portfolio, it translates to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. And if I get there early enough, millions of dollars. I'm not being facetious. You really want to be successful in crypto, that is how you do it. You're not trying to cast a wide net. You're trying to hunt value and go deep on that shit. Everybody's like, oh, you know, utility bull run. Who offers more utility to the major players than banks trying to gain access to public liquidity pools? I mean, this is crazy. By the time the vast majority of people pick up on this, you all, assumingly, will be significantly well better positioned because of a live that we have covered here tonight. And there's still other things on this that I want to show you. It's going to take me time to find it. Now, if y'all don't mind, I will gladly pull up my TikTok and search for it. Post that link. Post that, like, again, R3. Yeah, it was the press releases, the press and resources. r3.com/press-and-resources/. A lot of this stuff is still like new-ish, like well within inside of a year of being published. Some of it's not even a year old just yet. Bro, hush, you're going to have Sol up 10%. I know. And it's 53 y'all on here now. So, like, you still got time. But I'm talking about by the time, like, I don't think I'm a small channel. I just don't do, like, a lot of the hypey, right, stuff where people are like, oh, I got to go in because there's, like, crazy drama, right? But what I do is I go through and I find valuable information and I make copious amounts of money on it. And so the way that I look at my channel is, like, if you stumble upon me, you're probably going to get access to some really good information that is going to serve you well. So I'm kind of like TikTok's best kept secret. I'm just being honest. Oh, we need players who are going to 10x. Cool, we've done that. I've done that more times than I have fingers or toes to count. I don't have enough fingers or toes to count the amount of times I've done that. Trade setups, I could do that all day long. We're normally in the charts, but we had a conversation, right? All of us. Last time I went live, what the hell? Venus with the confetti. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Sheeta with the GOAT. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Good to see you here as well. Matthew says, I appreciate you for real. Matthew, I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate all y'all for being here. Like, again, this isn't always like the hypey, sexy kind of content. So the fact that you're here, you're like, yo, I really want to get plugged in with the information that's going to help me. And y'all are my favorite kind of people because when we get together and we talk, right? I'm going to be at the Bitcoin conference. I am. Be at the, like, Lord willing, nothing happens. I don't get sick or, something crazy doesn't happen. I'll be at the Bitcoin conference. And, like, the conference was cool. Talking to the vendors are cool. Getting the footage, right? Because I'm there on press, and I'm gathering a lot of information and intel footage, and I like to chop it up, bring it back to the platform here on YouTube, on Twitter, or sometimes it gets, BTC, right? Media, those, sometimes I use it. And some of my favorite parts of being at that conference is when I get around y'all. Y'all stop me when you see me kind of moving through, or, hey, Glenn, oh shit, cool, yeah, tell me your story. Or if we get a chance to go out to eat, and we're breaking bread, and the scene's a little bit more intimate, and the conversation's a little bit more deeper, right? Those are really my favorite takeaways from the conference. It's 50 y'all in here now. We're going to come back to this at some point and be like, hey, you remember that time we broke down Solana? And we really opened this thing up. Where's the Bitcoin conference located? It's in Vegas, Las Vegas. I now have one soul. I don't want to cause FOMO. I don't want to cause FOMO. But everybody who heard that information presented and they didn't buy Soul, TP has now front run you. I dropped my hot pocket. TP got the jump on all of us. And that's the one thing, right? Like if I'm covering a project, I won't buy the project and then cover it and be like, oh yeah, guys, push. Like oftentimes I tell you what I'm looking at and I tell you we're going to cover it. We cover it and y'all have opportunities to front run me. Like, straight like that. Mother of Dragons, appreciate the heartbeat. Thank you so much. Always good to see you. Straight like that. Like, y'all legit can front run me. Because I'll be like, damn, Glenn over here, he talking about it. I like the way he's presenting. Let me just go on there and pick one up or pick a couple up. Most times, I wait until after the live is over, and then I'm like, all right, cool. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Especially if it's a brand new. One for One Freedom says, hell, bro, we got time, about to get clearance. All right, bet. So you want me to look at the other stuff that I need to look on TikTok? Y'all got time for that? Can I look at that? Y'all don't mind? Y'all don't mind? Damn, I gotta go down scroll. I feel like that was what, last year? What's my thoughts on Vitalik selling? Listen, we literally just left Wadi's live. And it pained me to say it, but I said I think Ethereum has trouble. I think so. Scotty Dog with the heart. Me appreciate you, sir. Thank you, Mother Dragons with the Go Populars. I appreciate you. You're amazing. Scotty Dog, man. Chat. Let Scotty Dog know something. Was it a good one tonight? Was it a good one? Was it a good one? I just need to know. Where can you see Solana going this cycle? Or next cycle? We'll talk about it. I'm trying to find said you never had it good, babe. Oh, found it. I can freak you like you need to. Launched in 2015, R3 was a first mover in promising the benefits of blockchain shared databases underlying Bitcoin to banks who obediently joined the enterprise software consortium in droves. It quickly became apparent that no bank was going to allow a competitor. I can't see because my head is in the way. I'm reading this on one of my videos. But I'm looking for something. The demand for Quartz institutional clients to engage in public blockchains is already here. If we don't provide, this is coming directly from the banks, if we don't provide DeFi for them, it will become a problem to have to solve for themselves. I'm sorry, that's what R3 Quartz Chief Technology Officer Richard Brown said, explaining why R3 Quartz users have responded positively to the partnership. I want to see if I posted this in a video. I'm looking for a very specific thing here. Ladies in the house, are you ready? Is a scalability notes version to Solana. We covered that. We talked about that. We talked about that. The announcement remarks new strategic direction for R3, signaling its leadership in driving the convergence of public and private networks to unlock the next era of internet capital markets, enables regulated financial institutions to directly access speed and scale of Solana for broader asset distribution, enhanced liquidity, and decisive step in bridging TradFi to DeFi. I'm looking for... Come on. I thought I did more than one video of that. All right, y'all gonna have to let me find it. I'm gonna have to check on the actual website. Because Bully and I thought we were going back and forth. Yeah, so 2022 narrative. It's not it. It's not it. Y'all have to find it. I'm going to post it on Twitter, and it might look extremely random. But because you guys are here, you will know exactly what I'm talking to. Why no interest in Canton Glen? Venus, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I'm going to be honest. I don't like projects. This is going to sound bad, but just hear me out. I don't like projects that when I open up TikTok, everybody's talking about them. To me, that signifies the move has already come. Now, why do I say that? I can freak you like you need to. CANTON. Ladies in the house, are you ready? Check this out. Back when everybody was talking about Canton a little while ago, it was like here. Right? And so if I would have bought that project, which was at the top to here, I'd be down 24%. And I don't like taking unnecessary haircuts. So now that it's down at 14%, right, I'll go back and I'll get another look at it. But really, here's the deal. I want to go deep on projects. I don't want to have a portfolio where I have 50 different projects, 25 different projects. I want to have a handful of projects that doesn't require a PhD to maintain. And of those projects that I want to go deep on them. The problem that I learned, at least during my first cycle, is it was like Pokemon. I gotta catch them all. I gotta catch them all. And the problem with that is when you go too wide, one, you can't manage all of them at the same time, and two, you don't have enough depth. Unless you're like really, 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 really like just dumb rich, right? But for most people, they go too wide and not deep enough. So like, yeah, in an up cycle, your portfolio might be up, but you're trying to figure out where everything's at. But if you just had, like Fear says, a big 8 or 4 or 6 or maybe 10, but you went deep on them, it ain't no thing. You're looking at all of them right there. You know exactly where they're at. You got a plan for all of them. It's more efficient to manage. So I don't, Canton is like this new, or at least it was like the new narrative, hot, flashy, sexy, garner a lot of attention. Like, I don't want to chase the narratives, right? I got Bitcoin, Sol, Sui, Supra. That's pretty much it. And even on the altcoins, I don't really have a lot because, again, I got rid of mine like in October. But I got like handfuls. Those are the ones I'm rocking with. Like, I made my decision. I'm like, hey, I'm here. This is where I'm at. Now, will I trade Canton? Yeah, for sure. But as far as like terms for holding, no. The ones that I'm going to hold, I want to go deep on those. I want to go deep, and I can't do it with 45. 50 doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for me to have. It's just, And I feel like too many times that's what happens, right? So prior to us actually having this conversation, and I'm talking to everybody but Fear because I know how Fear feels about Solana, but how many people are really looking at Solana like, yeah, this is the one? Given that it's almost $100, how many people are really looking at Solana like, yeah, this is going to be one of those ones? Versus they were saying, let me try to find a new one and let me try to make sure it's cheap. Now, don't get me wrong. I get the value in that. You get it cheap. The market runs up. Your ROI is higher. You can turn that and try to sell it for Bitcoin because, maybe your money's going farther. But you're very much in a different market. And that market, I think, doesn't really behave the same way that we're accustomed to, at least right now in the current macroeconomic picture. I always talk about this. People in 2025, they said, G-Bell says I have 40 at one point. It's too much. It's too much. You need Excel spreadsheets and shit. That was me. That was me. Literal spreadsheets. Here's where I bought it. Here's where I sold it. Like all these different data points. It's too much. But when the new shiny thing comes out, it's like we hopscotch from one thing to another when we should have just Oh God, this is gonna sound bad. It's like you spending time with your lady, right? Y'all know whenever I'm trying to make a point, the analogies get crazy, right? It's like you spending time with your lady, and y'all together, and you doing the do, and right? You can't be like this, then find one, stick to it. You see what I'm saying? Stick to it. Because you hopping around from coin to coin to coin, your stroke is off, your rhythm is off. Keep a consistent rhythm. Finish the job. Right? I'm not saying you can't switch it up because you might have 2 or 3 different strokes, but you're not going to have 40. You're not going to have 12 different strokes. Right? Go deep on a select few. You're going to have to pick and choose. We talked about this in 2024, 2023. I said this market is going to make you choose, but that's the point. You're going to have to pick and choose where do you want to be. And good, bad, or indifferent, you're going to have to live with that decision. But the second, like, I got to get that one, I got to get that one, I got to get that one, I got to get this one, I got to get that one too, like, you're diverting from the mission. Fear said he got 21. 21. Yeah, you got a nizzle. Focus. So this cycle, Glenn, why were you so? And Caveman asked me this on Waddy's Live, and I said I'll give you the strategy. And the thing is, no one's gonna listen, and that's the beautiful part. What did you do, or what would you tell a new person coming into crypto? I would tell the person coming in crypto the same thing I always tell myself: focus. Pick a handful, focus on those, go deep. Stay researching them, make sure nothing changes with them fundamentally, and just keep building that bag. Keep building that bag. Keep building that bag. The reason why half the people didn't see the kind of success they wanted in this cycle is because they were spread out to, 40 different projects I'm in. The market wasn't going to give you an alt season where 40 different projects ran. It was very consolidated. It was very concentrated. Only a handful of altcoins ran, which is, again, go back to 2024, 2023. So we always said the next cycle, you are not going to have a traditional altcoin cycle. Said this in 2024. We are not going to have a traditional altcoin cycle if we get one at all. This market is going to make you choose. It's going to make you choose which projects you want to be in. It's going to make you choose which content creators you listen to. We're not going to be in this environment. You just put a blindfold on and throw a dart in any direction and run into cash. People heard that message. They didn't listen to that message. They got a rude awakening this cycle because they didn't listen to that message. But everyone that I know that picked but a handful of assets, picked Bitcoin, did not ignore Bitcoin, and went deep on these shits, everybody's like, I'm cool with how the market turned out. For everybody else who just wanted to keep running the same play because this is how the cycle has turned out before in the past, so therefore it's got to turn out this way every single time, butt hurt, upset, eyebrows is frilled up, blood pressure is up. No. Malia Juice in the building. Appreciate you not heard me. Thank you, girl. Appreciate you. You can't go wrong following the money. Connect the dots, see who's doing what. But you got to listen. You say connect the dots, you got to be careful with that, Fear, because members of the XRP community like to connect dots that ain't fucking there. And they've been wrong about their coin for like 9 years. But what we did here tonight of actually just combing through the minutiae and finding out what's what, it's like, yeah, that's how you do that. So I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to go deep on Solana. What did they say? By 2026, X amount of tokenizable assets are going to be on the blockchain. Or real-world assets will be tokenized. Because currently it's only 0.0026 of all the total assets that can be tokenized are currently tokenized. So I'm going to run the same play with Solana that I ran before. Everybody was like, oh, yeah, Solana meme coins. Oh, I'm like, cool. Let me show y'all something real fast because I always talk about this, but I actually want to show y'all this. I always talk about this, but I want to show y'all this.
The boy's in the southeast corner of the building.
Well done.
Let's take it down!
Whoa, meme coins. Yeah. Just wait.
In chess, the pawns go first. Humans are
You ain't hear him, though. Let me play it back.
In chess, the pawns go first.
So I'm going to tell you exactly what I did. Right? I'm going to tell you exactly what I did. All them people, meme coins, yeah! And it's cool. Like, if you like meme coins, you like meme coins. The vast majority of people, I'm going to be honest, they suck. Vast majority of people are going to get rinsed every single time in meme coins, right? Everybody was like, meme coins, yeah. I'm like, wait, let me get this straight. So if y'all on Solana and y'all going to the meme coin casino and y'all getting rinsed, but then you keep going back to the meme coin casino, you need Solana to do that, right? Self was like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to buy Solana. And every time those folks get rinsed, they got to come back to Solana, buy more Solana to get back into the meme coin casino. But they need Solana to do it. Self was like, yes. I'm like, all right, cool. Let me go deep on Solana. And every time people went back to get more Solana to get into meme coins, it kept pushing the overall value of Solana up. I didn't have to do anything. Magneto, why didn't I have to do anything?
In chess, the pawns go first.
I let the pawns do the heavy lifting for me. Damn! I said I let the pawns do the heavy lifting for me. So I'm going to tell you what's going to happen again. We done spent about an hour and 40 minutes breaking down the Solana thing. I'd have showed you a tweet. The article I showed you was published in 2025. And it said, oh, Sargon Bank worked on a solution. Allow you, matter of fact, let me just go back and make sure I got it, because Sargon Bank has sought to solve a dilemma by offering a dual income collateral solution, which allows customers to borrow against Solana staked with the bank. You're looking at me like, Glenn, but my Solana is not staked with the bank. Not yet, it's not. Are we not having this conversation in Washington right now? The banks don't want stable coins to be able to offer you yield, but that's the way a lot of these blockchains make money. How far-fetched do you think it would be if they said, we've come to an agreement, you can't stake for money, but if you go through your bank will facilitate that for you. Then I showed you a tweet that I came out with literally in 2023, a whole 2 years before that publication was even processed, when all the exchanges were under attack by the banks during Biden's term. And I said the exchanges were attacked by the oligarchs. The banks were never going to give up control. They would morph into exchanges or take one over, wait until the banks offer staking as a service for customers. There it the fuck is. So I'm going to run the same play over again. I'm going to hunt for the valuable projects, and I'm going to go balls deep on them. And then I'm going to wait. And I'm going to wait. And I'm going to wait. And when Solana reaches a valuation that I am happy with, I'm going to start selling. Just like I did the last go around when everybody was like, meme coins on Solana. Yeah. I'm going to let everybody do the heavy lifting for me. And I'm going to hold a certain portion of my Solana. And when the banks finally decide to come out with staking as a service for their customers, I'm going to partake in that. There's no reason why I should be able to show you a tweet from 2 years before this publication was processed and it's dead fucking on. It's probably the same reason why I can tell you about XRP, because I've been right about XRP for the better half of almost a decade. So when Caveman asked me, what would you tell a new person to come to crypto? I'm going to tell them to run the same play I ran. Hunt for value and go deep on it. And if you ignore Bitcoin, you're asking for problems. And you tell people that, and they will ignore you. And then the market comes and it goes, and they're like, damn, I should have listened. You take advice, you take styling cues, you take information from any content creator on this app. Please make sure that their tree has fruit. Can they show you tweets that they were, hey, I've got this idea, I'm pontificating, and, here's how I see it going. A whole 2 years before the actual institution came out and said, yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, well, I want to learn how to be a trader. Have they showed you your P&L? Have they been able to break down a trade for you before it happens, and then you watch it happen in real time? Multiple times, over and over and over again. so that you're like, hey, this person might actually know what they're talking about? Have they shown you how to set up your DeFi so it's like no matter if the market's going sideways on an asset, you're still getting paid? And they've been able to show you that over and over and over again. In this cycle, if you are not going to learn anything, if you're not going to try to learn how to trade, if you're not going to learn how to try to do DeFi, if you're not going to try to learn anything, what I want you to do is audit the people that you take information from. And if the information is not serving you, I want you to find new people to put into their slot. Time is running out. We don't have this abundance of time. One of the things that people always say, oh, crypto, we're early in crypto. We're not as early as you think. The banks are here. The institutions are here. They're talking about it in Washington. The only person who is not here is your great Aunt Millie or the guy that's at your local bowling alley or the pretty girl that you like who works at Starbucks. But guess what? Those people are oftentimes the laggard. You should want to be in before they get in. Right? But Claver said, yeah, exactly. $10,000 before the end of January. Yeah, right. Do I think Sol's going cheaper? If the price of oil keeps doing what it's doing, yeah, I do. I do. Fear, I saw it hitting 50, right? I think whatever we're in now, the market's just kind of going through a little bit of a relief rally, which is totally fine. It's to be expected. I don't, I'm not really too pressed about it. But if the macro stays the same, I see Sol going to 50. Some would say, well, if it goes to 50, it'll probably go to 30. I'm cool with that too. And his minions. I'm cool with that too. At 50, I'm going deep. Listen, at 50, you won't be able to find me. I'm going to come on live, and y'all just going to be able to see the top of my head. It's going to be like all Solana just like over me. It's going to be my head sticking out. I'm going to be that far down to Solana. Limit order set, my boy, and you know this. Trent said, you think it can hit 8? Let's, if it's going to go down to 50, let's see how it does at 50. Let's see how it does at 50. I don't want to be like, yeah, it's definitely going to 8. Then people are like, all right, cool, I'm going to wait for 8. And what if 8 never comes? See what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie. I think the price point was at 2 weeks ago. 65, 62. I think that was a fucking deal. I was on live and I'm like, wow, looking at a lot of these altcoins. Some of these are at multi-year lows. I might take a little bit of a nipple right here. And don't care if it goes lower because I got dry powder sitting off to the side. But for us to get to a point where it was like at multi-year lows, even if you bought like a couple weeks ago and you sold like right now you're up in the middle of a bear market. That's some G shit. Oh, that's some G shit. Summer will dump to the bottom 100%. I'm waiting on Selling May or walk away. I've always said Q1 is going to be absolutely cooked in 2026. Here we are. At the end of March, we'll reevaluate. I'm up 34% for the month. Come on, baby. That's how you run that. Multi-year lows, you would have been crazy not to take a little nibble. Even if you're like, I got a couple thousand to work with. I'm going to push it. Even if you don't push in a whole few thousand. If you're just like, take a little strategic, buy a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Today, you're up. Right now, you are up. You are generating returns in the middle of a bear market. Right now, you are up. I ain't gonna lie to you. So can we stake Sol now? I mean, you can, right? Middle of a bear market. I'll probably liquid stake it in case the market does something just completely unexpected and maybe we hit like some kind of the market reversal. You don't want to have it tied up for a specific period of time. So the benefit of liquid staking is you can go in and you can get that thing whenever you want. Whenever you want. Fear, appreciate those roses, family, as well as the DJ vinyl. Thank you. Nizzle, appreciate the roses as well. Like, I'm not here trying to shit on nobody. I'm not here trying to stun on nobody, but some folks been playing the game wrong, and I'm just like, you ask me how I'm going to play it, I'm going to tell you, and I honestly hope people don't do what I'm saying, because when the market comes back, and it's going to come back, I want to be able to be like, aha, take a quarter, put it in your ass, you played yourself, right? Like that kind of deal. Like, I generally want people to be good, but it's like, this literally happened on Waddy's Live. I told the person to play 3 times. And like all 3 times they kept And I looked down in the comments and someone was like, who's the poster child for not listening? I was cracking the fuck up. Because I told people, I'm like, I'm going to give you the game. I'm going to give you the strat, and you're not going to listen. I feel like that comes with having kids. Like, I'm going to tell you something, and you're not going to listen. And then they don't listen. You're like, oh, I'm not even surprised. I told these people this like literally multiple times. I'm going to tell you what I did in 2019 or, cycle of 2020, 2021. I'm going to tell you what I did in this go round. And you're not going to listen. I said, I'm going to tell you what I did. I'm going to give you my strategy. And you're not going to listen. And that's the beautiful part. Because I know human nature. If someone asks you something, in their mind, they're really like, I really hope this person says this. And if you say anything that deviates from what they wanted you to tell them, they're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. I said, some of y'all be with y'all old ladies and y'all be, and she'd be like, yeah, right there. What do you do? Change up the stroke. Stupid. She told you what to do. You should have just stayed right there. She told you. Yeah, that's it right there. Don't change shit. I don't know if anybody's ever told you this before. But with your old lady, you do your thing, and she like, yeah, right there. Don't change shit. Don't get cute. Don't do nothing. I don't care if you got a bead of sweat on your forehead and it's getting ready to drip. Don't pull your hand and what? Don't change shit. Don't change nothing. But fellas, what we do? They be like, oh yeah, right there. What do we? We immediately change and going to do something else because now we gotta feel like we gotta show out. Nah, man. Nah. Should just kept your monkey ass right there. Don't change nothing. I'm dead. Oh God. I told you, I say crazy off the wall stuff when I need the information to stick. Y'all will never forget that. So yeah, I got you. It's crazy. What up, Angel? Good to see you here. Crazy. Crazy. I'm going crazy, thinking about you, baby. I actually want to take this imbalance right here. I'm going to write this down to Bitcoin going to 70,776. Gotta put that in real fast. Hang on. 70,776. Testify. Catch me. Have we been down there yet? No. All right. We're going to see if we can make some money. 70,776. Don't disappoint me. Do not follow me into this trade. I'm literally just looking at this chart. Just kind of whipping it up. You say soul? I'm going crazy, thinking about your loving. Where the hell is soul? I know I got soul. There it is. Now y'all know. Now y'all know. Now y'all know. What do we call this here? If y'all been with me for a minute, you've been paying attention, y'all know what we call this pattern. There's an imbalance there, yes. Come on now. I know somebody see it. Come on now. Come on. Loch Ness Monster. Loch Ness. Cup and candle. Nah, this is a Loch Ness Monster. This the Loch Ness Monster. Now, y'all know what happens when we get a Loch Ness Monster, right? I gotta go get it. Hold on. I gotta go get something. I gotta go get something. Will we chart this on Fartcoin? It's not on that. Is it on that? Are you on that? Man, y'all not gonna believe this shit. Where is a brother's Loch Ness monster drawing at? Chat, I told y'all to remember. Remember what chart I do this on. And ain't nobody remember. Is it this one? It was a black chart. I remember that. Damn, I still can't believe how beautifully I charted that one out. God damn, I mean, to the fucking letter. Came down to close that weekly imbalance. Huh. That was a good trade. Fartcoin. Was it Fartcoin? Oh, what is Fartcoin? I remember Angel was talking about long, and it's at 40 cents. It's at 16 now. Girl, saved you. Take a brother out to lunch or something. Is it objectives? Stacks. I know Stacks was on there. No? Was it clean chart? Was it clean chart? Stacks. Damn. They're going to make me draw it all out over again. Come on, man. That's the reason why I saved that image. River? I'm not going to lie. This sucks. 1 minute test net. 1 minute setup. No, it was on a chart with a black background. Stacks. Ugh. Yo, they're gonna make me draw it all over again. I can't believe this shit. I can take you to the candy shop. That's all I got money for. I don't even eat sweet stuff like that. I'm on a diet. Y'all, where is my daggone stacks drawn at? Oh, this is so fucking annoying. I'm not gonna lie, this kind of sucks. It's on the black chart. XRP on there? Oh, not XRP. Stacks. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't want to have to draw that all. Yeah, no, I mean, I literally just saw it the other day. I know it's on here. Ugh. I ain't gonna lie, that fucking sucks. All right, let me go back to Soul here. Soul really on that 4 hour still just kind of ranging. I'm not gonna lie, it's still very much in the band. The hourly, I think, is kind of where you see the most activity. If I'm being honest, very much a Loch Ness pattern. It kind of looks like a Brachiostegosaurus from Jurassic Park. There's really two ways this could go. I don't really see that's a bull flag. I'm not seeing that. Nope, I'm not seeing that. I think it's more so the imbalance. Not this candle, but I think maybe potentially the next candle is going to be your tall tail. It's a lot of money here, man. If if market makers want to come back and snatch that, it's a lot of money just kind of sitting there. The other thing is, as prices going up, the volume's tapering off, right? So if I can kind of do one of these, this price went up. Volume was kind of tapering off. She getting ready to come back down, bro. I'm probably going to target this. All of that. All of that. All of that. Angel says she got shorts. Are you going to come in and tell nobody? You just going to let us figure it out for ourselves, huh? That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. Short turbo. Oh, now she want to share the plays. You gonna guarantee my losses if it's wrong? I'm taking a page out of my book. Oh, sharing? For sure. Type shit. I only trade wonky patterns. Give me a 10K loan. What would you do with 10K? Short tomorrow on scalps. Not just yet. If this one rolls over, I say she ready. She ready. I actually like this one on the hour too. The camera business. I told you I'm gonna need equity in that bad boy. I want equity. I want to start working on my retirement portfolio. I want money coming in, that mailbox money. That Bitcoin is running away from my trade. I don't like it. We'll be all right, though. We'll be okay. Too much business, not enough cameras. That's a good problem to have. Now you got to re-up. Time to re-up. Got to recycle the flow. 10K, I want equity. I want 30% of the business. Let me see your financials, your credit score. Let me see your income statement. Let me see that balance sheet. 10%. What? Let me look at this. She said if you give me no, that's not it. You're evaluating your business at $100,000? I don't know. You're only valuing your business at $100,000? 25K liabilities, 2K assets. I might be cooked. Just write it off. Write it off on the taxes. Business not showing a profit. Just give me 10 and I'll give you back 11. Oh, if it were really that easy, everybody would do it. What time period? What time period? She said, give me 10K. 10% of the business. My business worth $100,000. I know you being dead ass, but I got to be dead ass too. I got to protect my money. It was hard out here for a pimp. How long we talking? You talking a day, a month, 3 months, a year? How long is it going to take me to get my bread back? I'm about to teach you something in business. It's just 10K. If it's just 10K, you should be able to populate it like that. If it's just 10K, 5 months. I want daily repayments. I want daily repayments. And I got to be able to plug into your business bank account and take payments out automatically. Everybody want to be a business owner. This is literally how business is done. She says, I'll do it. You ain't going to have a choice. You take credit cards? This episode of Shark Tank is crazy. Tell me a little bit about your customers. How long is your average rental for? What do you mean you don't know if you take credit cards? 3 to 5 days. That's your problem right there. The camera rental's too long. Why are you loaning cameras? Okay, so 3 to 5 days. How much does a camera rental go for? I'm about to do a little bit of free consulting for you. I should really charge you for this. 100 to 145? Oh, no. Oh, no. They all traveling. Okay. What kind of cameras we talking about? Canon. Oh shit, that's your brother. Girl, we got to get you into Sony's G7X Mark III. That's like a point and shoot, yeah. What's the average age of your customer? Giving out smart loans now. This usury. I'm gonna let you know that right now. 21 to 30. High risk. High risk. What happens if somebody runs off on the plug? It's high risk. Big usury. Glenn, how you know about usury? I told you, a brother got a business or a background in commercial finance. Like, you thought I was lying? You thought I was lying? Somebody asking the right question. Fred, tell bro, I used to do this. Like, for real, for real. I told you, one day we gonna have a talk. Who is Glenn really? Like, what's your background, bruh? Contract and I have their ID. All right, what happens if someone give you a fake ID, though? I feel like I get the price point of the cameras, right? I do. They can't. Sure they can. I get you a fake ID right now. I mean, allegedly. How you gonna track them? Camera rental business. I like it. Renting out the point and shoot cameras. 3 to 5 days. I feel like the rental for 3 to 5 days for how much you say you renting for? I feel like it's a little long. 100 to 145 days. Like, it's the benefit is more for them. I need that hookup. Let's talk, Glenn. You might be giving me a challenge, but no, I do not play. I quit school because of recess. All about my coins. So if I don't get my money back, I gotta, it's gonna be a pound of flesh. Juice, I appreciate you to let him cook. Glenn, help me. I am helping you. You're not charging enough on them cameras. You can either keep the allotment that you're charging for the camera the same and short up the duration, or you can bump up the price that you're charging to rent the cameras and keep the duration the same. I literally can't. Why can't you? Are you an American or American? I make the money back on the cameras fat. I know. I mean, the camera is probably, what, a few $100? The cost of the camera. The cost of the camera is probably, I don't know, would you say it was a G7X? The camera, I don't know, if I had to guess, is probably $700 to $1,000, give or take. 1,300 is sold out everywhere. Okay, got you. So with the money, you would probably buy more cameras. I feel like you got a credit card. I feel like you need access to capital. You need like some credit. Get you a credit card. So a week I charge $165. I don't know if that's a good use of your time though. Like, you've been with me long enough. You should be able to pop into the market and make $165 like that. So going to zero. Psych. It takes 10 minutes to give them the camera. Yes, but while they have the camera, like, you need an army. How many cameras do you have? I feel like you need an army of cameras. You should literally just have like at least 12. Excuse me. I play Punjabi Chabi on the lobby. I play Punjabi search on TikTok. You got 10. Okay, so you got a decent, a decent inventory. And all of them are out right now? You should be cash flowing like crazy. What's going on? I think you need to take 2 days off that rental. If you're clocking like that, that should be what? 1450 every 2 days. It's on a point and shoot, so it's no lenses. $3 days max, and I can charge more. I think 5 days is too. That's a whole fucking week. What is your local camera rental place at? What I want you to do is call your local camera rental place, and for the same camera, what are they charging the rent? And they said it's at $145 for 3 to 5 days. You charge a bit more. I still think you need to take 2 days off. Get that money in 3 days instead of 5 days. Then instead of being gone 5 days, it's gone 3 days. And then you get a 2 day where it gets to go back out. Let me find out camera business is popping like that. I'm about to open one in Ohio. We going 3 day rentals. 160. Swear. 3 day rentals, 160, 175 if you're coming from an upper class area. And that luxury tax. Want to run Ohio for me? Why would I run Ohio for you? Why wouldn't I just open up Ohio myself? I appreciate the hustle. Like, I can appreciate the hustle now. Stop. I appreciate the hustle. You can't do it. Why can't I? Why can I not do that? Someone tell me why I can't do that. I want no competition. You're on the other side of the country. It's not any competition. You're not even in my market. I literally scare people off from starting it. I wouldn't even, like, if that were me, I would pay it no mind. Because I would think, like, oh, this is someone trying to scare me off. Can't be afraid of a little competition now. That's wild. That's wild. Big Nate, 99. Appreciate you, Nate. You just missed a good one. They fell for it. They took their listings and they took it down. Let me see. Oh, damn, you on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook. What's the local market? Oh, we do got one local marketplace. Rent me. Nate, Angel trying to get me to come work for her. Work for her, me. She's trying to get me to come work for her. Ain't that some shit? See what they got in my local area. See, hey, I'm definitely opening up. Y'all, hey, your price is way too cheap. Out here, it's $500 for 1 to 3 days. You see what I'm saying? Raise the price, cut off 2 days. You will increase your revenue. You're going to increase your bottom line. And they give a 64 gig battery or a card reader, camera bag, the whole sheboing. I'm opening up. I'm about to give me some inventory this weekend. I'm opening up Crypto Glenn camera rentals. Coming to a market near. You know, I might open up in Arizona. Might open up in Arizona. Angel, come work for me. I'm gonna open up in Arizona. HRH, appreciate you, family. Hey, Meeks, we starting a camera rental business at AZ. Oh shit. We gonna rent Sony's though. We gonna rent Sony's. Hear me out, Meech. This is the plan. We gonna rent Sony's full crop sensor mirrorless with a 20 to 70 millimeter lens, card reader, camera case. For Angel's price. What you mean it's not in demand? It's literally a better camera. One is a mirrorless full sensor. And one is a point and shoot. You know the depth of field you would get on this? Huh? Rent it for the same price that Angel's renting her cameras out. We're going to run her out of the market. Then when she's out of business, we're going to buy up her inventory on the lows. And then we're going to jack the prices up. Damn, I didn't know Glenn was a D-boy like that. Damn, oh, that's a fuck. That shit is cutthroat. And then we're going to take the market and we're going to go from the point and shoot boys, right? And we're going to convert everybody over to Sony's. gonna get them on these bad boys right here. Say cheese, mother. Say cheese. Oh, y'all got sporting events? I got you. 300. This that 70 to 200 with an aperture of 2.8 all the way through. Say cheese. I'm coming into your market. Boom. Boy, where you been? You know this grown man business, don't you? You don't even know what you're talking about. Do you not see this 70 to 200 millimeter lens in my hands right now? This ain't no point and shoot. I'm going to just rip my cameras out to all the perverts, and they're going to get all the young chicks that want to be IG models. You pull up with one of these, this is a gate to, this is a master key. Football games, no coverage. Clubs, no cover. Concerts, you just walk right in. You know what a 70 to 200 millimeter lens gets you? Anything you want. This is a cheat code. Let you up? All right, here we go. Hold on, I got to get out of director mode. Hold on. Says you wouldn't even crazy. What up?
Good Lord.
Can y'all hear her? I want to make sure this audio is on.
Can you guys hear my annoying voice?
Can y'all hear her? I don't know if they can hear you.
So first of all,
hold on, I don't know if they can hear you.
Yeah, they can.
Put one in the chat if y'all can hear her. Okay, yeah, they said they can hear you.
Okay, they can. Okay, cool. What's up, everybody? Anyways, let's go. Game on Shark Tank, episode 1, season 10. So, Glenn, no one's gonna rent your Sonys. Let's start there, okay? Sony's not even in demand. Sony isn't sold out. The camera that you want to do isn't sold out. My camera's sold out. It's back ordered. It's continued. They're going for $1,400 on other sites, right? No one wants to pay that, but they're gonna pay $100 to rent it for a few days. They're gonna run to me. They're gonna flock to me.
Why are you cannibalizing?
This camera is literally the PS5 for girls. Sony is nothing. Could it be? Is it better quality than the Canon? Yeah, probably, for sure. Yeah, for sure. But there's just no demand over there. Not only that, if somebody wanted to rent that camera right now and go on a trip, do you know how hard it would be for them to bring that big blow dryer on the plane? With my camera, you slip in your back pocket. Boom. It's easy to. It's easy to. That's too big.
You don't even know what you're talking about. I take this all the time.
If I'm going to have a photo shoot with the girls with that big lens right there, it would even work.
First of all, if I show up to a photo shoot with the girls with this lens right here, they're gonna be out of their body.
Okay. So I feel like your comment could be good for like people who are like, you know, photographers.
Duh.
Or okay. But I feel like they probably already have their own stuff.
No.
They make good enough money that they don't really need to rent it from you.
No. Like I said, I'm just gonna rent this out to all the would-be photographers that are trying to figure out what they like.
Okay. So even if that were to be the case, you have a smaller audience, where for me, I can literally rent it out to anyone.
It's riches in the niches. You never heard that?
No.
If I put my camera up on the same sites you got yours on, they're going to call me. This is, again, a full sensor.
I promise you, I would get 10 calls the same day, and you would only get maybe one every 3 days.
This is literally a full sensor mirrorless camera. The quality on this compared to that point and shoot is like,
for sure,
it's crazy.
Right, but they don't know that.
It's crazy. Who are you renting to? Like teenagers?
No, people my age, Sometimes some moms, sometimes some dads. I mean, for the most part, people my age.
It's not the
college
size of the
students.
lens; it's the quality. Hold on, it's too big. Hold on, I got you. Hold on, right here. Here we go. Is that better?
It's just too big.
I ain't never had no complaints. Never.
So annoying.
Never.
So 10K.
I just don't love the business model.
You don't?
I don't. I feel like it's high risk. I don't feel like the margins are there, and I feel like it's going to take me longer to get my money.
For
I feel
sure.
like it's a business where, for whatever reason, you burn through a lot of capital, and you shouldn't. Like, that should be readily available on a card somewhere.
What do you mean?
Like on a credit card.
Wait, say it again.
Huh?
Say it again.
I said for the amount that you need, that should be readily available on a card.
Oh, you're saying like I should have the money for myself?
Yeah.
I do.
So then why you want to use my money?
Because I don't want to use my own money yet.
Oh, you got me fucked up. I'm not carrying it. See,
I just need one good month of TikTok shop and I'm good. That's it. And that's why I'm telling you,
See,
you
okay,
get paid back so fast.
Look, check this out. In business, when it's I just need or I just had or if, it means you ain't got it. It should never be I just need a good month in business. You know what I mean?
Right. We are right. You're right. You're right.
It should
You're
never,
right.
like that's got to be like automatic.
Right. And for sure. And I don't got it until I have $1 million. So yeah, I don't got it.
So if you really staring an opportunity in the face like that, just put the money up. If the opportunity is really, because here's the deal, like I get wanting to use the bank's money and all that jazz, but if the opportunity is really there, just put the money up.
Right, but the thing is, I like the idea of like just like financing that 10K.
So put it on the card, and you would be financing it.
What card?
Your card.
Yeah, then they'll charge me freaking like 20% since it's a credit card.
Okay, well if you're getting what 145, right? That's not going to be more than a finance charge, and if you've got the volume coming in, you should be able to clear that back relatively easy.
Yeah.
So then, what are we talking about?
But
I don't think you got it like that.
Well, Glenn, I'm not you, so I mean, me compared to you, I definitely don't got it like that.
I think right now there's a period in the business, right, where the demand is there.
For sure.
Is the demand going to keep up like that for 6 months, 8 months?
Right. And I thought about that, but the thing is, by the time we get to 6 to 8 months, all those cameras would have been paid off multiple times over and over again. That I could just sell it. That I could just sell the cameras for the same price I bought it for, and that's still profit. So like I lose nothing.
So then buy the cameras.
But I want to finance it.
Does everybody get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but something is missing.
I think the demand is missing.
Demand? What are you talking about? The demand's not missing.
I feel like the demand is missing. Because if I were literally in my own business, if I was staring at an opportunity like that, I'm like, oh, I just need to be able to buy this piece of equipment, and it's going to streamline the business process, and the revenue is already there. The cameras would have already been ordered.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
You see what I'm saying? So like that's what I'm saying. If the demand is really there, it's one thing if it's this is demand for a week, or
right, but
this is it's different if the demand has been there for 6 months leading up to this point.
Right, but also how do I say this? I didn't know it would be a problem until like a week ago, just because I opened it in another state. So because I'm in another state, I don't have enough to be operating in that other state and Arizona, and I want to do more states too. So I'm like, whoa, like I'm actually like I don't have enough at all. You know what I mean?
Me said 10K and sold, no problem. That would buy another 10 cameras roughly, 9, 8.
9 probably because it's sold out everywhere. So I had to pay a premium on top of that.
Yeah. So if you had 10K and you bought 9 cameras, if you're telling me like, yeah, I can have all those cameras rented out in 24 hours. If it were me, I would just buy the cameras. I wouldn't even be having a conversation with anybody else.
I know.
But the fact that we are having this conversation kind of tells
me. But then again, also, this is just how I see it. 10K, right? I'd rather just what's it called? Loan out the money, 10K, maybe pay like, I don't know, a few $100 of it every month. That can easily be paid off with just one camera rental for a few days. Bam.
10K, one camera rental for a few days.
Well, you know what? If I were to finance 10K, how much am I going to be paying a month?
I mean, that depends on your credit.
7-Eleven.
That depends on your card.
Give me a rough number.
I can't. Depends on your card.
Card of what? I'm a girl. Chill.
Oh yeah, that makes me really confident that I want to lend you 10K. Chat, are y'all seeing this? Are y'all seeing this? You got 10K out roughly, I don't know. Say your APR is 13. Then it's going to depend on how long, right? So if you do, boom, 10K purchase, how long, how many days have you had 10K? Because that's going to determine your overall payment. It's not just, 10K, here's your APR, your APY, here's what you owe. It's when do you buy it? At what point of the billing cycle? From the time the billing cycle, from the time you make the purchase to the time the statement closes, they got to calculate. It's not just, 10K, you could be looking at a couple hundred. You could be looking at 400, right? It depends.
Let me sleep on this. Because if I have to use my own money and just go like bam and just buy all the cameras like that, I would do it.
But
where
it says it's $380 to $415 a month, so I was like close.
And that can be paid off in a week. Like, yeah. With the amount of cameras I have, that's easily paid off.
So if you could pay off 10K in a week, just buy the cameras.
No, not 10K in a week. I'm saying like if it's $380 a month or $415 a month.
Yeah, but that's probably what, minimum payment?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna get anywhere with that.
You get interest-free card for a year, and then who is that true? You get an interest-free card?
You can. Depends if they're running a promo for interest-free, yeah.
They're running a promo. Okay. If that's the case, then that would help.
Fred, exactly. What happens if the business slows and you stuck with the payment?
Yeah, that is true. That's why I'm kind of like, maybe it's better I use my own money. Cause
yeah, that's why you want to use my money to make me carry all the risk.
I don't know. I feel like 10K can be paid off very fast with those cameras. Personally.
It can if you got the rental coming in like that.
Which I do
now, but 10K, realistically, 10K.
Think of it: Vegas, Miami, Utah, Texas, Houston, Dallas.
You're also looking at like a whole bunch of uncovered costs, right? So if you're in Vegas, Miami, okay, that's shipping costs that you're gonna have to count.
No, I don't ship.
What do you mean you don't ship? How do they get the cameras?
People get commission. They run it there.
So someone's gonna pick up your cameras from your house and drive it to Vegas.
No. So, for example, California, I got 3 people that work there for me. One, so they have my cameras, right? And I do all the bookings. So I'll be like, hey, Sally, you got a booking tomorrow at this time. They get commission off of each meetup.
Okay, and how much commission is that?
It's too much. I should have freaking lowered it. It's 30%, and I get 70%.
Oh, it's eating up your bottom line? Hell no. Hey, for that reason,
What?
I'm out. For that reason, I'm out. For that reason, I'm out.
Wait.
I don't like it. I feel like you're giving up too much of the
Capital?
gross profit to the carriers, and for that reason, I'm out.
How much? Shut up. Wait, how much do you think it should be?
I don't think it's a good business model. I think it works if you're in an area where you can actively like service the clients, but you're not. You got to depend on other people and make it beneficial for them to want to host your stuff and not steal from you. And as a result, you got to give up 30%. So you're getting up 30%, what leaves you with 70%. And on top of that 70%, now you got to spend a certain amount to finance the debt service, potentially on what it would take for you to carry 10 more cameras. I don't like it. For that reason, I'm out.
Mr. Wonderful, please. Okay.
I don't like it.
Wait.
And the taxes. Yeah, come on, man.
Taxes wouldn't be a problem because I would just write off the equipment.
Are you 1099ing them?
Yeah.
And you want me to put my money up? See, kids, you really thought this was a crash course in running a business. This is really a crash course in not being a sucker.
Shut up, Satoshi. Okay, before I hop up, now let's say if I use my own money, the 10K for the cameras, right? I get 9 cameras. The commission 3% is a little bit. I know it's a good commission. That's a little bit too high. I'm thinking it should be like 20. Is that still? I think like 20 is decent.
I feel like opening up in different markets and you giving a very integral piece of the business to somebody else is expensive. That's like when auto manufacturer companies here in the Midwest will give essential parts of the business to suppliers that are overseas. And if anything happens with the supply chain, it's like they got you by the balls. You need to try to control as much as that in-house as you can. It would be different if it was like, hey, I got a relative or a family member out there and, you know, they're going to make sure the cameras get to wherever they need to be, or you had some kind of automated system where it could go to a locker but even then, like it's a lot of moving pieces. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's very gig economy-esque, and I just feel like right now the gig economy isn't really panning out for a lot of folks.
What do you mean by that?
I don't like it.
That price was
expanding too fast could spell disaster. It could. I mean, ideally, I think the best way to go, if you're telling me the cameras that you rent are already running at a premium, right? The demand should tell you move up the pricing and cut back on the days you make the camera available to patrons. You need to have like a dynamic pricing so that when demand starts to increase, your price needs to reflect that. And then you're going to start to increase your bottom line. And then when you do decide to expand and buy more inventory, it's not really such a math problem. But I feel like the business just operates on such, low margins. You're kind of cannibalizing future profits.
So what do I do? Do I just end this business and move on?
No, I'm not saying end the business, move on. I think you've got something that works in your market, but I think one of the reasons it works in your market is because you're not giving up so much to the bottom line to somebody in a different market. That 20%, that 30%, that's expensive.
True. I see that.
So think about if you were expanding your market, assuming that the demand was there, that 20 to 30% could be going to servicing the debt on the potential buying of cameras to expand to be able to put more cameras in the market.
You're right.
I mean, it's either that or you gotta go up on pricing.
Right.
Because right now you're trying to get blood from a stone.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Well, thanks for this Shark Tank episode.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, I feel like, you know how there's those like companies who like come on and no one chooses to like invest in their business, right?
Mm-hmm.
They walk away and like they end up like blossoming.
Mm-hmm.
I can be that. I can be that.
Not without having to give 20% or 30%
I
away to
know.
somebody in a different market.
I know.
That's a lot.
You're right.
That's a lot. That's
We're good.
I'm just thinking. I feel like with the route you're trying to go now, let me look at that. What'd you say? You said it was 145 for 5 days.
Is it 145 or is that for 4 days? I don't even know.
You tell me. It's your business.
Shoot, let me check. Cause
She don't even know how long the cameras are out. For that reason, I'm out.
It's nighttime. I'm not thinking right now. That's just the thing.
I'm out.
Wait.
Miss Evie in the building. Miss Evie, you want to do a joint venture deal? Evie and I will give you the $10,000 you're looking for in exchange for 50% of the company.
Glenn, get out of here. You literally just said that you're out. So why are you back in?
Well, because if I bring Miss Evie in on the deal, she's gonna sweeten up the blow.
No, I don't want
that's some of the risk
a
off
mess.
the table.
No, that's gonna be a mess for me. Absolutely not.
You're getting the money that you want. Help me understand why you wouldn't take the money. I mean, it's giving not really having trust in your own process. We're gonna come in and partner on the deal. And we're gonna
see. I think my brain's not working right now. I think that's just the issue. Like it's 9:32. Brain's not really working. Shutting down.
Because if you're saying, hey, Glenn, I'll give you 10 divided by 0.10. You're saying the business is valued at 100,000. Truth be told, all in all, I'm thinking we're at a valuation of about 20.
20 what?
Get to EBITDA, 20 grand.
Oh, like business evaluation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Satoshi said he keep 10 on him. Satoshi, you want to come in and do a deal? In a month, what does the business clear? Ballpark it.
Shoot. I'm going to know after this month.
You're going to know. Not knowing your numbers. For that reason, I'm out.
Just know it's making money.
Is it? Is it really?
Well, you got 70 people on this live right now. They're clearly entertained. Not only that, I don't want to start sharing numbers and I start hearing a different story tomorrow.
I think ain't nobody hear the IRS.
You'd be surprised.
The Aya, the Ara, the Essa. She'll know by the end of the month. Ain't that some shit? But want to use my money. Hey, Glenn, I want you to carry all the risk. Will I experiment with your money to see if this works? double homicide.
I mean, you make 10 grand pretty quickly, so or you don't.
Do you know? Okay, but do you know what I had to go through in order to get to the point where I could do that?
I know.
Shit didn't happen overnight. The fuck? Let me see. Yeah, you want to come in and do this deal? Come on now.
No, that's a whole mess.
It's not a whole mess. Then she said you can get that back.
People? No way.
She will wait for an imbalance. We're going to get to the Bitcoin conference. Yeah, Glenn, so I got this suite. Let me get this straight. You got a suite after I loaned you $10K for your camera rental business.
Wait, what you say?
Huh? Exactly. I see the play. I see the blitz coming.
A suite? What are you talking about?
Never mind. Never mind.
Did you rent out a big mansion for the Bitcoin conference?
No, and I'm going to tell you why I didn't do it, right? I'm getting to think about every other time. Every time I've done something like that before in the past, shit never goes according to plan.
Okay.
Ever.
Yeah. In terms of
group trips that never made it out the group chat. Group investments that never made it out the group chat. So whenever it comes time to move on something, it's always Glenn's ready to move and everybody else over here.
Right. No, I'm ready to move too.
No. I'm not falling for that. No.
I'm like legit. Okay.
And not nobody said, hey, Glenn, if you do the Airbnb, cool. Let me throw in on that as a sign of good faith. It's no, Glenn. Everybody wants me to carry all the costs all the time. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe stop acting like you carry all the costs.
I do carry all the costs. So y'all want me to get an Airbnb, get all the audio and visual stuff, get everything set up. Y'all probably want me to get there a couple days early so I can set everything up. So when everybody comes in, everything just is what it is. Then would y'all say, oh, get a chef, have it catered?
No. I'm making
y'all got too much dip on your chip. Y'all got
no,
too
Glenn,
much
I'm
dip
making
on your
mac and
chip.
cheese.
Y'all got too much dip on your chip. Well, okay, let me tell you this happens, right?
Why would we need a chef? I'm making mac and cheese.
I get all the audio visual stuff together. I shoot all the content. I bring it back to Ohio. I edit it. I post it on social media. It starts garnering attention, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Patrick Mahomes is like, hey, Glenn, I know we've been talking about doing some things. I like the way this came out. I want to sign it to my production company. Here's a check. Everybody going to be like, Glenn, that was me on that video, Glenn. I need to be paid too. Mind you, I done had to pay for the flight, the Airbnb, the chef, the food, the audio visual stuff. Come on now.
Why do you need a chef?
Y'all said have a chef. Get it catered.
No.
That is what y'all said.
We're making mac and cheese.
That's what y'all said.
We can have mac and cheese. We can have we can do a little barbecue. We don't need a chef at all.
When Glenn Garland House collab. Ohio stand up. OH. I see the blitz. Let's get Glenn to do everything, and then we can just skate on by. Let me guess. You want me to get y'all flights too, huh?
I already booked it.
See what I mean? You give them an inch, they going to take a mile.
I don't want your Southwest flight.
I don't be on Southwest. I'll be on Delta, baby.
I don't want that either.
Come fly to friendly skies. You want Spirit? I can put you on Spirit.
No, thanks.
You want Spirit? I know your mom. You been MIA, man. Where you been at? W book flights because of jet fuel about to go up for real though. That's just about to get expensive.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Mm-hmm. Want me to take care of everything. Y'all see this shit? I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. I've seen this movie before. No, it never goes the way it's supposed to go. Oh, that was the other thing. So okay, we had the Airbnb shooting. And it comes time to get the conference, and everybody's gonna be like, get an Uber. Let's get an Uber black SUV. Glenn, you
To
pay for
where?
it. Glenn, you pay. We got to get to the conference. Glenn, get an Uber black SUV. You pay for it. Call my own Uber black SUV. I don't know how they get to the conference. You didn't put in on this, man. Defense stocks going up too? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Vitor, bro. Airbnbs. Let's see what we got.
You booking the hotel for me?
No. Negative. It's supposed to be an Airbnb. Tahiti? What is this? Magical getaway? What is that? Here you go, right here.
Is that the Airbnb?
It's gonna be the backdrop right there. There you go.
I'm not going. Cool, and I thought you had money.
Glenn, you can always save on cameras. We gonna shoot right there. Hot tub gonna be in the background. There you go, right there. Oh, that's tragic. I mean, at least the trees might be in bloom.
Yo. If that's what you're picking out,
Water going to be brown. Looks like you house shoes.
Oh my gosh, I have that. That frame.
This? Oh, the bear frame?
Yeah. No, sorry. The picture frame, I think. It's ugly though. Monopoly, Bitcoin Monopoly.
That's not Bitcoin Monopoly. Oh, it's got underglow.
Ooh. The slippers.
Got my bands on, but is that a hot plate? Oh, hell no.
Oh, there's not even a stove. It's literally an artificial kitchen.
I know you fucking lying.
Is that your budget?
I don't even know what this is. That's diabolical. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even know how you would set this up for a shoot.
It wouldn't even work.
Do like all this would have to be like A camera, B camera, C camera? No, that table's in the way. That'd be a little too low. But like you could get a lens where this kind of turns into that little creamy bokeh, right? Blurred background. I want something a little bit more open though.
I'm not making no video in the hot. It's gonna be hot.
See what I mean? Y'all see this shit? Y'all see this shit? Oh, it's gonna be hot. I can't do that. Oh, picky ass talent. It's Vegas. I just don't even like the way this looks. I really think the problem is just the location. Like, even like that ain't gonna work. That's not gonna do it. That's not
Where are you
terrible.
finding these places from? They don't.
It's Airbnbs.
I thought you
Like
had
the
something else in
Airbnbs that I
mind.
have in mind, like they're not really matching. Like,
Is that matching?
Nah.
Oh.
So you gonna have this giant gate in the background, like you don't nah.
Honestly, I feel like it doesn't matter. I feel like if you had a group of funny crypto content creators, I don't think the background really matters.
Of course it matters. It's the ambiance.
Right, but sometimes it doesn't matter if people are just so funny.
I'm not feeling it. I like the cabinet colors though. Oh, another hot plate. Yeah, no.
Okay, now find something more bougier. I want to see like.
It's Las Vegas. Las Vegas doesn't really have like bougie places.
Yes, they do.
Here you go.
That's not bougie.
Here you go. Here you go.
Is that bougie to you?
That pool got a
Crazy.
waterfall, man. What you mean?
Oh gosh.
So you said, Glenn, what's it pay if I put hands on Coach Ty in Vegas? I mean,
he wouldn't even pay you for Coach Ty. He'll pay you for Calvin Hill for sure. Calvin's going.
Yeah, okay. I give you a punch Ty in the face. I'll give you $1,000.
How about if it was Calvin Hill?
I already had static with Hill like that. I think.
Oh, okay.
No, literally what happened a couple weeks ago. I think that's done way more for
Wait,
folks that are paying attention. Just now we're bullish. You think?
Oh.
Or now we're
bearish.
You
mean bearish?
Yeah.
Get it right.
Yeah. Now we're bearish. Hill is a senior citizen. That's not bad, right? Like I like that background. I just don't like the pool. Oh, they got a video next to Denny's? Nigga, we there. We there. Grand Slam breakfast for everybody. The inside is probably a better vibe, but it's like that's the main desk right there. You can't shut that down.
Okay, so where's the bougie place? Is that
Vegas,
water brown?
Bougie place. No, it's you step in and it's like a gradient drop off, if I had to guess. Yeah, that's not it. Bougie
Are these you need to go on Airbnb because I don't know what you're looking at. Because they have some nice houses in Vegas.
I think you're lying.
No, I'm a West Coast girl. I know, you know.
What you know?
I know what's nice. Like I know what they have.
You want a chic Vegas retreat near top attractions?
You gotta go on Airbnb because this is nasty.
I feel like this is the same shit. I'm not gonna lie. Henderson?
No.
Henderson's where it's at? I feel like if you hit that with a 1.8, you won't even be able to tell that it's back there. None of that'll be in focus. Oh, this one at least has a stove.
You gotta go on Airbnb Las Vegas. Crank up the budget. I'm telling you, you'll find it.
I'm talking about crank up the budget. Coming from someone who ain't trying to shell out no money for this shit.
Now we're gonna see the nice stuff.
These are all hotel rooms.
Um, that's a room in the boutique.
I ain't gonna lie. That's kind of player.
Oh, the content in there will be amazing. Like
this room probably like 40 G's a night. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Is that somebody in the tank? It's a man in the tank. I get this room, but Evie got to show up to the conference. $3K for 5 nights. It said, "Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's actually not bad." Why Evie acting like she ain't hear me? Bring your ass. So then, realistically, all this has got to get moved. Right? You got to bring in some chairs. Glenn, I def heard you. On today's episode of Miss Evie doesn't want to leave her house. I feel like I want this one. Or
let's find a house.
I know good and damn well this is not literally a 1-bedroom with the bathtub in the room. Man, what kind of shit?
That's pretty cool.
I mean, it looks cool, but when you get there, like, how you gonna set everything up? Like, the seating arrangement, camera placement.
How big is the camera? Dang.
I mean, so it depends on what kind of lens you're using, right? Different lenses got different focal lengths. He said that's freaky. Hey now. Why is the bathtub in the living room? Yeah, exactly. Kind of freaky deaky. It says homes in Las Vegas. The only thing it's showing is hotels.
Ooh, that will work. That will work.
It's alright. I don't think it's doper than that.
I prefer the other one. I like the dark, moody type of vibe.
But this is like either early morning or just as the sun's going down. So then you got to center all your shooting around that. If that's the kind of lighting you was looking for, it's giving Drake music. I'm just saying you could do better. Like I definitely, it doesn't look like that during the daytime when it's like peak light.
Maybe there's no homes in Vegas. Maybe you gotta go to like Henderson.
There's not. We talked about that. Like if it's all in
Try
Brown or
Henderson.
Broward County or whatever it is, it's no bueno.
Henderson.
Henderson, Nevada. Trash. Trash. It's giving cockroaches. I'm not fucking with it.
Crank your budget.
Where you see budget at?
Probably in the filters.
Oh, okay.
Looks better.
Does it?
It definitely looks better.
I don't know. What up, Danny boy?
I mean, that's a condo. Like, where's the mansions?
I don't think you can do them in what county is this? Broward County, Brown County, whatever it is. Is that an ice machine?
What do you put your budget to?
36.
Put it to like 15K. I want to see something.
Put it to 15K. She says. The fuck.
Ooh, that's nice. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's nice. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. We can do the video right in the hot tub.
Look, what is this? At the top.
I didn't see.
No.
We can crop out that part.
What the fuck? No, y'all need to be ashamed of yourselves.
I think it looks cool.
I feel like there's been a lot of nose candy that's been taken here.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
That wouldn't be bad, right? Backdrop. We could get away with that.
That'd be a nice backdrop. Oh, that room is nice.
It's giving not very warm.
Gwen, do you like a little morning routine?
Like a little what?
Morning routine to the Bitcoin conference. I can see it. You wake up and you're like, ugh. Checking the price of XRP and you're like, ugh, I knew it. Some like funny like parody. I think that'd be hilarious in that room. You guys see it? I can see it. That'd be funny.
Said checking the price of XRP. Oh hell no. Send it to 15K. That room looks cold.
That room is dope.
That room looks cold. I ain't gonna lie, it looks cold.
Yeah, what cold means like it looks good, right?
No, temperature cold.
Oh.
Oh, this the one that got that little nasty ass hot tub. Look at all this water damage. Oh, okay.
Okay, shoot. Told you.
Built like a castle. You had my attention. Nope. Wait, go back. I saw it. Where's it at?
I mean, it looks good, but not like content good. You know what I mean? But it's good.
Cold. The rooms look freezing, bro.
What do you mean freezing?
They literally look like they're cold.
Oh. That looks cool.
Axis.
That's a fun place.
Not bad. It's probably windy.
The Airbnb. Look at that house on the mountain. We can get the Airbnb right there.
Yeah, right. Why do they look like the Power Rangers hideout? Rangers. There you go. That's it right there. Y'all telling me that don't look like the Power Rangers? Little hideout.
It looks
thing?
like Arizona.
West Coast.
No, it looks just like Scottsdale.
Rangers.
Oh, that's a nice pool. Is that the pool? That's a nice pool.
Yeah, the blue thing is usually the pool.
Really?
I gotta rent a Bugatti for that place. I woke up in that new Bugatti.
How much is your Bugatti?
What color is your Bugatti?
Oh, sorry. What color? My bad.
Hold on.
Ooh, we got a slide.
You focusing on the wrong thing right now.
I know. But no, interior-wise, I say it looks nice, but it's not like content-wise.
I woke up in a new Bugatti. That looks like a koozie. Hey now. You could actually put a couple chairs right there, right? And use that staircase as a backdrop.
Yeah, but I think that's pretty boring.
Oh, great. We all forget to lock the door and we have like a homicidal killer inside the house. We'll run down this hallway. We'll put that on the maybe list. We'll put that on the maybe list.
You know, that looks pretty cool. You got
I mean, this would be really dope if like the evening would cooperate and it was actually like that.
Yeah.
You know? I like that.
Yeah, it's decent.
That doesn't look anything like the first picture. That's just shit ton of rocks. Damn. 90s pool for sure, kitty. Good vibes. They missing some grass on that wall. That wall need more grass. Okay, but how do we get that, right? Like that. Is this a train? Is that a fucking train track? I'm pretty sure that's a train track. No, that ain't gonna happen. We ain't doing that. Pretty sure that's a train track.
Can you imagine making a video? Glenn, what's your favorite crypto? It's Oh, you're so funny.
That's not good. Photoshop. Photoshop in the first photo almost had me. Almost had me. Nope. Nope. A lot of these condos up, huh? No, no, no. When will the bear market end? I don't. Probably not before the summer. Maybe like on the other end of summer. Hello.
Penthouse with a private balcony.
So
That looks good though.
Oh, this got to be the public pool, right?
Yeah.
Wah wah. It's not bad.
Yeah, that could work.
Good thing I listened to you and Angel because now I got 9K side powder. Hey now. Shit, I don't still got that on there. That's what I'm talking about.
He's on fire!
Yeah. Drop powder on the side. 9K. Nice. Yeah, I feel like that could work. Even if you shot daytime with a 1.8.
I agree.
Seek the truth. Appreciate you sending out Herbie. Thank you so much. If you shot that daytime, you could put like a 1.8 f-stop lens on there. Blur a lot of that out. Keep the main subject in focus. That would actually have not a bad look to it.
I agree. I think it looks pretty nice.
Let's see how much it is. $13.11 for. I mean, shit, still cheaper than a hotel. That's crazy. Oh no, that's this one. 10 guess shit. Damn. See, this looks nice, but this has definitely been photoshopped.
Yeah, kind of. Like you can get skies like that here, but
What I'm saying,
it's
like it probably doesn't look this clean.
It'll look that clean during the winter though, but you won't get that during the summer. The winter, you'll get that like probably every other day. Yep, Meech, we got that. In the winter, in the summer, no. So it wouldn't even work. I don't think it's altered. Like the skies look like that here.
Let me see that balcony cut. Ooh, that brick wall. It's like right outside, there's a wall.
No. Crank it up to like 15K a night. I know that's crazy, but I just want to see 5K, like something. These houses are a little ooh.
How the fuck do I edit it?
Oh, probably just like that's your budget, Glenn. You can't go higher than that. No, click the X, and then oh, right there, the price range.
Where?
Right there.
Oh, duh.
Come on, Glenn.
Bitch, I'm from Memphis. What you know about me? Big GLO and that GL.
You gotta put the minimum way higher, like 1,000 a night.
Arjun, appreciate you. Thank you so much for that, heart me. good to see you. I feel like I have not seen you here in a while. Where have you been?
Who?
Air Jim in the building. Snuck in here last minute. 15,000. That's the maximum. We want the minimum.
Yeah, put the minimum. Yeah, crank that up.
Yeah. I'm from Memphis. What you know about me? Big GLO in that GLE. Is somebody crib?
Be crazy.
Damn. Come on, man's out of there. What is that? Like a bison?
A cow. I think it's a cow.
Is that a cow? Okay. Cowhide. All right.
I would think.
That's some Italian Tuscan.
That's the cute shower.
Feel like it'd be cold. I like the fire pit. Don't like the background.
Yeah.
The outdoor kitchen might be a nice touch. Not bad. You might be able to get a little creative there. Little koozie action. Hey now. This is not computer generated.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, stuff I get is.
I don't think it even looks nice to begin with.
That's crazy.
That's like such an Arizona home.
Just like bland.
Yeah.
Like that shit could go up for sale at any minute. What is that? Oh, that's kind of cool. I want one of those.
We can hide right under there.
I know, right? Crank this budget up to 15 and the results didn't get much better. Oh, that's kind of neat. I like that actually. That's what I like about the Midwest. We got these big, expansive backyards, and it's like everywhere else is you don't get that.
Yeah, no, we don't. No. Ooh, look at that one. Villa in Henderson. Oh, what's that? House in. What the heck is that? That looks cool.
Looks like something Gillespie. Hello. This ain't bad either. We might be cooking with something, all right?
Right. Wait, isn't that okay?
What is this? We already looked at this one? We already looked at that one.
We got a spice fridge.
Is that like the first one?
What's this?
That's cheap. I want you to get a real board.
The whole rug. Pickleball court, that's fun.
I don't hate it, but I don't really love it. Is that a massage room? Nope, regular bedroom. What? Y'all not slick. Y'all not slick.
What?
They got Netflix on the TV. Like, yeah, you can Netflix and chill while you in here.
Oh.
See, I peep little shit like that.
It's giving Epstein Island.
Could be Epstein Island. Yeah, low key, kind of, yeah. And for that reason, I'm out.
Ooh. Yeah.
That works. I like the colors.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
It's very open.
That place there would, that living room would, yeah.
Natural light, yeah.
Right behind that fireplace. I think it's pretty cool.
You can't shoot that with the bed in the background. They're gonna be like, what kind of shit? What are y'all doing?
That looks kind of scary.
That's crazy.
Those beds are gonna crack.
They don't look comfy at all. You put one back through that mattress, that bed gonna fold like. They look so thin.
Literally.
That can't be comfy. Couch stash. Couch stash spot. I like the rocks in the tub, though. I'm not gonna lie, that's very nice.
Yeah.
Till you step out and slip on one of them motherfuckers. You're like, my back, my neck, my back. My neck and my back. They don't have any pictures outside. Okay, okay. We got a little pool. We got like a little walkway area.
It's kind of cute. Yeah,
it is. You can actually take those chairs, set them on the lawn. Maybe there's like a table or something out there, and use that whole entire pool and back
as a
wall
background.
with all the floral stuff as a background. That would actually work really well.
Yeah. Okay, book.
That would be dope. With the lights on too, yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, old ass grill. That shit gotta go. Oh, it's only 7 minutes from the strip. Wow. Probably via car. That's actually not bad. That's not bad. Oh God. $22.79. That's cheaper than staying at the Encore.
That is true.
Damn, now I found myself in a bit of a conundrum.
You got a 2-for-1. How many beds are there?
5 bedrooms. Sleeps 16 guests.
Dang.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Wait, but the question is, how far is it from the...
They said it's 7 minutes from the strip.
Damn, really? That's crazy.
Yup.
Is that a sign? What are you looking for now?
The Venetian.
Ew.
He's right here. So where is? That's the conference. Where's that place at? So it's a little bit of a drive.
Really? So it's not 7 minutes anymore?
It's 7 minutes, but it's probably like 7 minutes by car.
Well, obviously, are we gonna just like ride our bikes there? Or walk?
We probably got to what?
Shoot, I wish I knew more people coming. I would have just done the Airbnb.
13 minutes. You got to go up 15.
Nah, it's not worth it. Because what's going to happen if you're at a conference and you really want to go home and take a nap?
You got to call that Uber.
And then you got to wait. You got to go, it's too much.
Yep.
That's just the only part.
Yep.
It's kind of very black and white. Ugh, I hate it. Like, they're just all gray, black, and white. Hate it.
I don't like
It looks kind of
flavors.
cool, though. Yeah. That looks pretty cool. I can park my BMW right under the balcony. I've arrived.
I mean, if you drive, then we ain't got an Uber, right?
My car is not going to the strip. I'm paying $60 just to park. I'm good. It will be right under that balcony the whole time.
Tragic.
Or I can get like a parking pass and we all just split it. Yeah, I can do that. I said I can get a parking pass and we all just split it.
Right along with the Airbnb.
That's a nice kitchen. That was a big TV.
It's alright. It's alright. Someone gets hung over here. Give me the keys to your ledger.
That looks pretty cool though. Like that at nighttime. Are there lights? Are those lights or are they like a power line?
Those are power lines.
Oh. Those are string lights on top? That'd be pretty cool.
You know what the crazy part about it is?
Well.
You're gonna have to pick and choose. All right, you want to shoot this content or what are some of the actual events?
What do you mean events?
From the conference.
Are there any speakers that you're interested in, like, hearing about or listening to?
There's a couple that I want to see. I mean, like more than a couple, but
that's a nice place.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, what's this? Play tennis. That looks pretty.
Yeah, this is dope.
Play basketball.
They're playing basketball. decent sized, little expansive yard, little pond in there, little.
Dude, that would be so fun at nighttime. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that'd be so fun.
Hammock, I'm totally missing the conference. It's time to go. What? Oh, they got a sauna?
Ooh, I can do hot Pilates in there.
There you go. Shoot here, use that as a background.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get the pump on before you go to the conference, y'all.
Oh, that's a new accent.
Tiny ass gym. Stomp on scorpions. I be forgetting. Desert. There's scorpions out there.
They're not like it's not like that. It's a nice pool.
Yeah, it's kind of lit. I like that. We'll put that one in the maybe pile. So, is that a fire? I think that's fire.
Yeah, it's a fire on top of the waterfall.
What?
Pretty cool.
So that might work.
Netflix. That's a nice. I mean,
Netflix on all the TV on this.
That's
app.
crazy.
What is going on? You get like a free Netflix account with your stay or something?
Right. Dude, I forgot you guys have daylight savings. It's now 1 a.m. for you? It's crazy. Netflix.
Netflix on every TV.
That's actually crazy. Why?
On every TV.
Oh, that could be good content.
What?
Background.
This wall right here? Yeah, that's not
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's crazy. I don't know if I like that. You imagine just stumbling down
The hot dogs
steps?
are ready.
Rap.
It's alright, but the other one with the balcony and that, I like that.
This one got a fire pit on top of the pool, though. That's kind of lit.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's kind of lit. I like it. I like it.
Who's that? Home in North Las Vegas.
North?
No.
I literally just wanted the demo. Give me the demo. We got a grotto.
No. That looks like a full-on... No.
Small.
That looks like it's from Arizona. It's crazy how similar Las Vegas is to Arizona.
They got a grotto.
It's a nice pool, though. But that's about it.
3-car garage. All right, y'all gonna have to rent some cars. Be the content, change my outfit 4 times so when I get ready to sell the course I can make it look like I really live there. All right, y'all, this is Glenn. This is day 2 at my house.
I'm gonna have to pump it to 7 to 10 G's.
This is like 15.
It's crazy.
This camera is terrible. Looks like it was shot with a R7X or something. G7X.
Get out of here. Are you bringing your cameras to the conference?
I'm gonna have to.
Ooh. Can I use a camera too? For my videos? And your microphone too. Bring the microphone.
Bro, what is this?
What?
Glenn just takes care of everything?
Why not?
What you bring one of them G7Xs?
If I have one available. If I have one available, I will. Otherwise, no. I should have brought came with it last time. What about that one with the waterfall? Ooh.
What waterfall? This waterfall?
Never mind. Never mind.
It's like nice, but it ain't like.
Yeah. It was just the waterfall.
A little Indian teepee? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's kind of plucky.
I have a little bit like one nice picture of the whole house, and that's it. I'm guessing we're not gonna have a mac and cheese cook-off anymore.
I mean, listen, if y'all really want to, we can. Y'all gonna lose. You're gonna lose.
Okay.
What is that?
Oh, wow. Tacos cook-off? Ooh, if I get that was the case, I probably win.
Tacos? As if that dries up macaroni and cheese.
You know what? Mac and cheese it's pretty dry. I'm gonna say that. It is dry. But like it still tastes it still tastes good.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I never said that it was creamy. I said it was a little bit more on the drier side. I always said that. Did I not?
I was like, Evie, please still be in here.
I mean, these can still be dry and good at the same time.
No, it can't.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't. No.
Like the other day, no.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Like my mac and cheese is like if you eat it in the if you eat it in the first 15 minutes coming out of the oven, it's gonna be creamy. But the second it turns 25 minutes, it's dry.
You need some more evaporated milk in that thing.
I should try that.
You should, yeah, you should. You should.
Shut up. Dude, your mac and cheese looks like a heart attack, so.
First of all, as soon as you pull it out from the oven, my mac and cheese is still like, it's bubbling because it's just.
Mine does that too.
No, your shit come out like a brick.
Bubbles. Bubbles with butter.
Butter? Oh my God. Manjo says, bro.
It's from the breadcrumb. Bro, show your chart. It's too late for that. My mac and cheese looks dry. It looks like a cinder block. Oof. Yikes. It's a little bit, mine is a little bit on the drier side, but it's still good.
Like a cinder block. God damn. Not a cinder block. Listen, worst case, someone breaking the Airbnb while we're there, we can always use your mac and cheese to defend ourselves.
The thing is, Glenn, like, yeah, my mac and cheese is on the drier side, but then why do they keep eating seconds and thirds when they make it?
Because they're just trying to be nice.
And they said they want me to cook more. They're like, can you cook some more? And I'm like, oh, I'm tired. That's a lot of work.
Just trying to be nice.
It's dry, but it tastes good.
I never had no dry macaroni and cheese. That was good. They be capping.
I'll be the first.
The same thing to me too. Damn. That ain't it. Which one was this?
Nah. Dude, I want a Bitcoin conference in Arizona. That's what I want. That looks...
We got one out here in Ohio in like November, I think it was. Satoshi sent it to me. Shout out to Satoshi.
Ooh.
It's going to be lit.
With 3 people.
You're a hater. You are such a hater.
It's going to be you, V-Nizzle, and Satoshi.
Hey, listen, that's all you need. That's all you need.
That's a nice kitchen.
It is a nice kitchen.
I like the warm vibes. It gives like, yeah.
I just wish it was a little, you know. This is definitely a hotel.
Oh, yeah. No resort.
3-minute walk to what? 3-minute walk to Las Vegas Strip. Well,
yeah. And then Venetian's was like on the whole other side.
It is not anywhere near where you need it to be.
Yup. What is this saying? 2,000 for 2 nights.
We're the ones that with some like wow factor, you know, some pizzazz. Let me find out y'all not cultured out there on the West Coast.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Have you searched villas? No, just Airbnbs.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all backyard's kind of dry on the West Coast. Y'all need like, these shit's dry.
They are, but usually if your backyard looks like really good, you're just creative and you have a lot of money.
I mean, damn.
I mean, how do they look in Ohio? I bet you don't even have a fence.
No, not. I mean, some of our neighborhoods do, some of them don't.
That's crazy.
Some of them do, some of them don't. Like if you got a pool, you do. If you got like, oh, this ain't it. If you got like young kids, dogs, you might.
That's crazy.
Y'all tripping.
Yeah, if you have a nice backyard in the West Coast, it means you got money.
It's just like, y'all, I mean, I don't know. Like real estate on the West Coast is so odd. It's like you'll have a nice foyer, a nice kitchen, but then it's like nothing else. Like that retaining wall. That retaining wall would be a nice focal point, but the rest of
I gotta see the houses in Ohio.
They're lit. They're lit.
I doubt.
A lot of hills in Ohio, yeah. So like if you're in southern eastern Ohio, right? Like next to Pennsylvania, yeah. Or like next to West Virginia. Like these shits have no characters, just monochromatic. No soul.
Uber guy said, I got lectured by Calvin Hill. Now I don't like him anymore.
Wow, what'd he say? What'd you say to piss him off?
Literally. He said, told you should have sold when I told you to.
I know I said it was bullish, but you still should have sold. Oh, wait a minute, pal. Wait a goddamn minute. This is a nice one, just big, wide, and open.
Yeah. That's nice.
Trans.
A lot of the backyards in Arizona look like that.
Look like what?
That. Mm-hmm.
This?
Mm-hmm. Why would they use that ugly tan sidewalk thing with freaking pavers?
This?
Yeah.
It's a pool deck.
Yeah, but like they could use travertine.
You said traffic paint?
Travertine.
Oh.
But not that's like poor, not like poor pools, but you know what I mean.
Ain't a fucking tree in the backyard either. Like that. I mean, in the Midwest, we actually have a lot of trees. Like we utilize our trees.
Here, everyone cuts their trees down.
That's so crazy.
Like so me, I hate trees. I think trees make houses look ugly.
What? That's because you know y'all out there on the West Coast, y'all don't have like Bradford pear trees or
I
Japanese
like bushes
maples or I'm trying to think. Willows or magnolia trees. But we got quite the variety, quite the species of trees out here. Then we got like white pines, evergreens.
No, people here cut their trees. We cut the trees down here. It makes the house look kind of like shady and old and like gothy. I don't know.
Who don't like a little goth?
I love like sunlight. So look at that pool. Dude, that looks just like Arizona. It's crazy. That's no character on the inside though.
Poker table, of course. You know what? I wonder. Did we already look at this one? I don't think so.
No, we didn't. Ooh. No, absolutely not. I'm not staying. I'm not staying, Glenn.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm not staying there.
So
Dude, I wonder why they do the Netflix thing on all the TVs, like multiple listings.
Netflix, yeah, Netflix on the TV.
Weird.
What is this? Shower? Shower dark as hell. If there's a scorpion in there, you wouldn't be able to see it. I'm straight on that. It's like an unfinished board or something. Let me look at this. Content. What is this? What county is this? Henderson?
Yeah. That's like the only like I won't say the only, but like closest place. Are you guys buying a house or something? Yup. We're investors. Just kidding. That'll be a cool place.
We're investors.
200 bucks an hour.
That's crazy, right?
Right. Sure, I should be in this business.
don't know. I guess you already have all the hardware for the podcast.
Yup.
There's one in Dallas. The library, modern content house with pool. Let me get rid of that one. See, I feel like they put these weird angles on it, and it makes it look better than it is.
I agree. It's nice. Well, the angle, like you said. Dude, I'm telling you, if I had my own Airbnb, dude, that thing be booked the whole time.
I feel like with y'all being in Arizona, y'all would get like a lot of snowbirds.
Yeah. I feel like Arizona is a good place for like an investment property. I think it's a good place to have an investment property.
Arizona? Yeah, I think so. So let me tell you what. These winners here. So you just gray all the time. Gray. Right Sure Guy says $100 an hour for what? So I think they give you like the mics, the cameras, a computer to run it all.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That looks terrible, I'm not gonna lie to you. This one doesn't look bad.
No.
Oh, look, you and Donovan can share a room.
Hell no. I'm hiding in the closet.
Donovan, you in here? You and Angel can share a room.
No, he left a while ago.
Nine minutes from strip. I ain't gonna lie, this one looks kind of player.
Oof. That bed looks scary.
You said that what?
Bed.
The bed. Where you see bed? Oh.
Ooh. You know, second glances on that thing. Not that you're big or anything, but you tall and a little thick at the bottom. Just one sit, bed, cuts in half.
Oh my god. I'll probably fall through that bad boy, I ain't gonna lie to you. See what I mean, man? See what I mean? Where's like the scenic stuff to shoot at?
The background look nice though. Ooh, Ella's apartment. So that looks like a very big icy home. Well, they kind of like North Phoenix. Villa in Henderson. Ew.
I just hate the backyards. The backyards are, oh my God, they're just so bad.
There's not even a patio.
It's so bad.
Covered patio.
It's so bad. I'm not seeing it. Is D-Car really coming?
I think he's playing around.
Man.
You can count on me.
You know how pissed I'd be if I got one of these and it was like, all right, Glenn, you're the only one staying at this big-ass Airbnb.
I don't think it's the year for it, to be honest. You gotta wait for a year. I don't think it's the year to do that, unfortunately. Because no one's showing up this year. Because I was thinking you would have like Mooney there and Fear and, you know. Nope.
I mean, that was originally planned to get a bunch of people out there. Frank said, that's the hood.
It's crazy the amount of people that are like, I'm gonna go next year. And literally they all not going.
That's what they said last year.
Crazy.
That's what folks were saying last year. We're going to go next year. All right, cool. Here we are. Where are you going? Oh, I'm not going to go. It's just bland. What the fuck, Vegas? This is Miami. You wouldn't have this problem. Excuse me. Is that the moon? It sounds like crypto's going to the moon. Is this a house we should choose? Nope. Hey now. Oh, hell no. Not feeling it.
Uber guy said I might go to the Bitcoin conference. I haven't been on the plane in years. Uber guy, you know damn well you're not going here. You know you're not coming.
That was Uber guy really pops up like, what's up, y'all?
He's not.
What's up? Angel's gonna be me, you, Sal, Rebel, Jill.
Me, you, and me.
Together, toss the dice, something nice.
Do, 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 do.
So happy together.
And Satoshi. I know Satoshi's coming.
Satoshi's coming, like, for real, for real?
Yeah, he's going for sure. Like, for real, for real.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. It's about to go down.
We're gonna have our own, what should we call it? I don't know.
Satoshi, where you staying at? Pergola?
You know what, Glenn? Let's have our own let's have our own podcast called Cosmically Bullish.
We get sued for copyright infringement. Venetian.
From who?
Nice. Every day I look at the Venetian, it's still like a gajillion dollars. I'm like, bruh.
Wait, Satoshi, are you staying at the Venetian? I didn't know you had money like that.
Satoshi's a baller. I already know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna book my hotel room, and then like all of them are just gonna get super cheap.
Oh, do you not book yet? Oh wow.
I mean, I have
Glenn
one,
is
but
Glenn is very messy.
It's not like final yet. If all else fails, I'm like, cool, I can stay here.
Oh, wait, you have a spot in mind?
So I was looking at the Venetian, and I was like, because it would be really convenient just to go
Yeah.
from like,
Right.
bam, bam, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Satoshi, I can see you staying at Circus.
Making a little walkie walk.
No, I think my broke self will stay at Treasure Island.
Oh, I totally forgot about Treasure Island.
It's like literally like right across the street. It's crazy how close it is. I was like, dang, why did I stay here? But it looks
Treasure
like
Island?
it ain't not nice though.
Treasure Island?
I walked in there because that's where everyone was staying last
Really?
year. Like everyone, yeah.
Everybody's staying there. I don't know if I want to stay there though, because they were staying at the Venetian.
Oh, you want to be okay? I know Crypto Chick was stayed at the Venetian in Caddy, I think, but everyone else was at the Treasure Island.
Treasure Island. I think I might just bite the bullet and do the win all over again.
Boring. I wish Fontainebleau was closer.
I'm not gonna lie. Like the accommodations are super nice. They got really good restaurants, but that walk sucks.
I feel like you have the money. You can stay at Venetian.
The Venetian?
Mm-hmm.
I like the security of the Encore though.
Oh, because Glenn is so famous and rich, and we're all just watching him. Like he needs to have the top tier security. Get your security guards to block the door, okay? When you stay at the Venetian.
Yeah.
Have them stand outside and block the door.
Just walk back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's trash. Why am I still looking at this? I'm not really too happy with the homes in Vegas. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not gonna lie to you. These all look like houses that got seized in a DEA raid. Flipped Airbnb. Absolutely.
You're on page 11 is crazy.
Bare minimum.
Now, you know what? Let's do one more thing. Let's make the minimum 5K a night.
Oh, yeah, because, we didn't try that.
Yeah. Duh.
Nothing.
Okay, 2,500? No, 3,000 minimum. Nothing? Interesting.
Tough crowd, tough crowd.
It's the same houses all over again.
Yep. Miami would have never done us like this.
Yeah, you're right. Angels, they're gonna be life-changing information this time. I doubt it.
Guys are fucking
Glenn was
haters.
like, they dropped sauce. And I'm like, what sauce? It's so new that, like, come on, be so for real.
Are we serious right now? Are we serious right now?
Mm-hmm. You know what? In this upcoming conference, I'm gonna be like, Glenn, what is some life-changing news that you heard at this conference? He'll be like, like, please.
I don't see how we went to the same conference and not walk away with the same information.
Fine, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Who?
Oh, I won't play dumb.
Huh?
Can I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about somebody in chat.
Okay. What's some life-changing news that you heard of this last previous?
We have really got to have this.
Oh, you don't want to answer it now?
We're really having this conversation again.
Yeah. Say it.
The life-changing information I heard. I don't know about the rest of you yahoos, but the life-changing information I heard was, hey, we spent the last year trying to acquire the Bitcoin that y'all didn't want, and now this year we're going to spend a whole lot of time, effort, energy, and money on earning yield on that Bitcoin. So to me, it told me where I needed to be in order to be positioned for success.
Okay, so earning yield on your Bitcoin, so that's kind of like pretty much, okay, I guess.
What you mean, I guess?
Because
if I come up with like
so okay.
Crypto trading session with Glenn, I got you. Let's make it happen.
Okay, so here's wait, am I getting a personal trading session?
You?
Yeah.
Do you need one?
Yeah.
Why you say it like that? Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Trading sessions for everybody. Let's make it happen. Where are you earning yield?
Yeah, where is it now?
Bank.
Let me guess, you're not earning anything.
What?
Are you frozen, or you're not gonna tell us what the yield is, or?
Yeah, I'm about to tell you.
Oh, you gotta look it up. You don't know off the top of your head.
No, it's What is the name of these guys? We talked about this earlier. There you go.
Expo Bank. Okay.
Members only private bank for Bitcoin holders.
Okay, let me guess. Are you a member?
I might be.
You're not.
You don't know that.
You're not.
You don't know that. I think think someone sounds jealous. Don't be jealous. Become a member.
I think Glenn could afford to buy at least a Bitcoin. Could he?
Angel doesn't have a Bitcoin.
How? Just kidding.
Angel got like 4 Bitcoin.
I actually only have 4.5.
Oh, 4.5. My bad. My bad.
4.5 cents.
4.5 cents in Bitcoin. Yep. That's it. You want to earn some yield on your Bitcoin? Right there. Right there.
Okay.
Screenshot that. Inquire about it.
What's the return on it?
It's like 5.8, depending on like what kind of amounts you're working with.
Okay. A year? What's the payout every month?
So you get 4, so it's fluctuating a little bit.
That was up to 4%. Oof. I guess take Farcoin for more. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I feel like you're serious though. I feel like you are serious.
I don't know. I don't think you I don't think you can stake Farcoin.
I feel like you are serious. But the question is Farcoin gonna be there in a cycle?
I think so.
Probably not.
How about Brett?
Use Horizon to pull your home equity. Hell no. I'm not touching that. I mean, I will if the market goes to another dip, if I needed to. Baby, baby. Zaxpo. Have I heard of Horizon? I haven't. I haven't. So I need you like to roll over and go down here. If you wouldn't mind, please. It's interesting, no
where's
payment.
Bitcoin
so how
at right now?
Pay back. You just like give them the cash back in a lump sum, or like. Satoshi trying to get my home foreclosed on. Took out this heat lock. You didn't pay it back. Do your own research, right?
Well, I'm gonna hop off. It's nice talking to you. I'll see you later.
See you a long time no see. I'm gonna get up, so I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna get something to eat.
Eat is crazy. 2 a.m.
I'm hungry. What you want me to do? Starve?
Sleep?
Sleep. Eat first, then sleep.
Okay.
Duh.
Go eat some carne asada tacos and you'll be gassy.
With some French fries? Oh my gosh.
Ugh.
So good. So good. Order some Uber Eats. Uber guy, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. DoorDash some food to snack on before I go to bed at like 2 something here this morning. But yeah. It was a good live. I hope like earlier y'all pulled away a lot from sorry, my ear itches. That deal on Solana. I think the writing's on the wall with that one. And if I'm being honest, I don't think y'all can afford to ignore it. So even if you're not like FOMOing in and piling in Solana, just if you took notes today on what we covered and what we talked about, just run some of that through your own search and see what you come up with. Because I think that's really going to be something. It's really going to be something. And I would not ignore Bitcoin, right? I just don't think that's a good plan. I don't think that's ever really been a good plan. And I think people who ignored it this go around, they're probably not too excited with how the market's going. When should we start buying crypto again? I'm not going to lie to you, man. Like, so there's been a couple projects that I've taken a look at least like that since the last time we went live, that were at like multi-year lows. And I said, on a couple of these, I'll end up taking just a small nibble right now. Because, again, they were at multi-year lows. And say you did that with Bitcoin being at like 71.5 right now, you know, those alts are up. So it turned out to be a little bit of a smart play, especially if you're buying like now, right? So kind of keep that in mind. Multi-year lows, it's probably not going to hurt to take a little bit of a nibble, right? Ask yourself, if I don't buy now and it goes up, would I be upset that I didn't buy here? Or if I buy here and it goes down, am I going to be more upset that I bought here and it went down? And depending on how you answer that question, I think it's going to give you an indication of probably where you're going to be at. Everything is super cheap right now. A lot of stuff is super cheap right now, you know. So consider the perspectives on both sides, either buying now or asking yourself if you want to wait a little while and potentially risk it, you know. Personal pref. But for your big allocation buys, I would probably be doing that on like the major pullbacks, not right now. I'll probably do it on the major pullback. If you want to take like a small position out now, I get that. Because I did that with like a little bit of Sol, some Sui. What else? Sol, Sui. I'd have to go back and look, but I know Sol and Sui are the two that I did get. Yeah, that. All right, that's going to do it for me. I'm about to get something to eat. Y'all got questions, just hit me up. Please follow on Twitter at CryptoGlenn. Follow here if you're not following already at CryptoGlenn here on TikTok. And YouTube as well. Again, goal 100,000. We'd love for y'all to be a part of that. Can't do that without y'all. So, yeah, definitely consider subscribing to the YouTube if you haven't already. Buy Angel. Bought a little Link AVAX. Yeah, especially like Link, right? Where Link was at like earlier last week. But I've been waiting to buy bigger and on bigger dips. Thanks again. For sure, man. No problem. 100%. Just making sure not to really miss right here. Ride Sugar Guy, appreciate sending those TikToks, man. Thank you so much, as well as the squirrel. Satoshi, I'll definitely take a look at Horizon. All right. Cool, man. I appreciate it. Y'all be good. I will see y'all probably sometime tomorrow. We're going to take a look and see if this pump is sustainable. Bitcoin right now is 71.4. We're going to see if it's got enough juice to kind of keep to the upside here, or if it's getting ready to come down and maybe settle in at just around 70. Either way, not going to lie, kind of like we're at 71 right now. I just don't know exactly how much fuel we have in this move. So we got a zone of rejection here, We're already starting to pull back. 70,007. That's where we need to be at in order for this trade to be in some pretty decent profit. We'll follow up on that one tomorrow, though. All right. Hey, y'all be good. Appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.